What up? What up? Sorry about that. A little bit late. My network switch died. Or needed to be reset. It was kind of weird. I was a little bit worried it was something worse, but I just came in and I had no internet. I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. I just tried unplugging my network switch, plugging it back in. Turned out that was the problem. So thankfully we found that pretty early. I need to wake up. Sorry, I'm dead today. That's okay. We're doing just budget and milestone plan today. How you doing, potato? How's that potato in your pants doing? Oh, hold on, let me grab something. Oh. Hey, Lima. Peter. I gotta be honest, guys. I was wrong about Oblivion. I was wrong. I was watching gameplay. I played a little bit of it myself too last night, and it's good. It's good, and it does have mod support. What can I say? What can I say? Okay, let me see what papers I need from here. I think these four. You feel like a wizard? Okay, this is our feature list. And some endgame stuff, actually, so that's pretty good. Initial list of team members we think we'll need, 23 in total. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, all my papers are coming out. Initial milestone plan. That we think. Just to start working, but it's boring. Hey, if you don't work, nobody will. Oh, fuck me, my entire... Okay, all my slides are coming out. You know what, to be honest? All these slides are getting replaced anyway, so I'm just gonna take them all out. Fuck it. All of these are getting replaced. This is last year's pitch deck for Cauldron Chronicles. We have the pitch deck for the company. Might be a little bit hard to see. Deck for the company. Have the GDD from last year. Nice and thick, that one. And then we have a couple of old pitch decks for Nightmare Lake, Block of Sin. Not Porn Studio Janitor. Don't ask. Don't ask, don't tell about that one. Still think it's a good idea. Let it be known on the record that I still think Porn Studio Janitor as a game is a good idea. It's just hard to market. One day, you too can clean up Come With Your Friends. What the fuck? That's a good way to put it, yeah. It's basically take Viscera cleanup detail if you know the game. I don't know if you guys know Viscera cleanup detail. Let me pull it up. Better to assume that you guys don't. The intention of Viscera cleanup detail is that you're cleaning up after the, like, first-person shooter games. So you're the janitor that cleans up the level and prepares it for the next player. Great idea. Really fun. Imagine that, but you're cleaning up a porn studio to prepare it for the next filming. Porn studio janitor. Multiplayer. I need to update the stream goal. Hold on. Milestone plan, budget, team. Now I want to make it. It's really not bad. We even had a Oh, I don't know if I could find it. I even made a working blacklight. Do I have the game on here? Old prototypes. Oh fuck, I don't have it on here. I made a working blacklight. It was pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. You know what? I might have something before we get into detail. I have the main menu. It'd probably get me banned though, to be honest. There's no way that I have it right. Hold on, I'll load up Discord. So you know how I like making 3D main menus? I made a 3D main menu for Porn Studio Janitor. And it's something. Fuck. Do I not have it? That would be so sad. I don't think I can find it. It's so sad. I know I showed it on here one day. Where I made the main menu. There was like moaning in the back. I'm not gonna go into it. Let's worry about our budget. Okay. Okay, what do I want to do first? Do I want to do the milestone plan or the... Well... The problem with our milestone plan is that it's kind of dependent on who we have on our team, which I can't assume. Hey Noah, salute. How you doing, man? Captain, hi. How's everybody doing today? Milestone plan. We had an initial list. You love Hitler, okay. Okay, no memeing. It's kind of weird. Weirdos in Twitch chat. Alright, you guys can have fun. That way you count as viewers still, but now you can't type weird things. Okay. Let me write this down here. Creative director, designer, producer, general / office manager, combat designer, narrative designer, systems designer, 2 level designers, lead artist, 2 organic 3D artists, 2D artist, character artist, animator. These are people that we think we'll need full-time, as opposed to any outsourcing that we'll also have to need. So there might be some things here that are obviously missing, but I just don't feel like we need them full-time, or at least I don't at the moment. Lead programmer, 3 programmers, UI designer, DevOps, and an accountant. I know that's not really considered part of the team, but I want to make sure that that is kept separate. Okay. That page is done then. And that list is based on the feature list we have. Here, let me load up a new file. I guess now that 4chan, 4chan got borked, all the people on 4chan have to come into my chat and type weird things. Okay, I'm trying to prop up this page. Feature list. You know what? Don't I have a document template for this that would work well? Yeah, fuck it. Okay, let me do 2 columns. If I can. Where are my columns? Here we go. Oop! Oh, not that. Go back. What are we doing? Just... Is it really? You have to do 2 columns on the whole page? What is this? Fuck it, I'll do a table instead. That should be more than enough. Okay, let's see here. This is a non-exhaustive list, but we tried to include absolutely everything that we can. And also some things that we could cut. Customize system for other games. There's also some systems here that we would want to make reusable for other games, because, you know, if we're planning to make a whole, you know, like a series of games that read your previous save files, right? Then we would definitely want to have certain systems that are easily portable between those titles. Okay, let me see here. Fuck, that's annoying. I hate it. I hate it. Why can't it just do 2 fucking columns normally? Where's the line that you can insert? I always forget where to find this. I'll copy it from my 1-pager. Okay, day-night cycle, weather system, alchemy. It'd be nice if we could put these into categories. World subsystems, core gameplay, alchemy, NPC dialogue, inventory, cyclopedia. That was a fun one to spell. Seasons. Corruption. Creatures, monsters. Dungeons. Puzzles. Random events. Not much core gameplay. Hold on. NPC. Core. Yeah, Oxymon. Did a thing, but I'm back for a bit. Nice. What'd you do? Oh, sleep map. Okay. Everybody has 2 accounts, don't we? Tertiary, or I guess let's just say secondary. That'll be dungeons, puzzles, random events. Task system is more of core gameplay. Farming, fishing. Thank you. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Swimming and water. Kind of separate. They have to be separate. Potion combat. Yeah, that's a big one. I must feel like that should be a category of its own. Rituals. Knowledge system. We have the Alchemist Monthly Magazine. I don't really know where to put this. I'm gonna create a script for Evergo. Flows on my depth, so I stayed on the struggle bus. Created scripts that assign syntaxes, columns from my data table into a directory library that does authentication check. Exports directly into my data table. I did the thing. Oh, nice. Is that for the Diablo modding? Very nice work. Very cool. Tertiary game systems. All 293 columns or whatever it was, dude, that's crazy. I kind of want to see what that looks like. What could they have put into 293 columns? Oh, I can't even imagine. Even for a game like Diablo, I just... blows my mind. Alchemist Monthly Magazine. Tertiary gameplay. All the spells and attacks in the game for both player and creature. That's crazy. There must have been some, I don't know, like technical limitation, or maybe it was just some fucked up game designer. I mean, trust me, I speak from experience on that. That was like, yeah, I'm fine with that. Sure, 200 columns, no problem. All I can say is I personally wouldn't do two intercoms. I would like split those up into separate data tables. Even Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon had, I think, like 50 columns roughly for like enemies and monsters. But it was built into a custom JSON file, so it was kind of a big Excel file, but they built down into very readable files. Did it back in '98, yeah. Hey. All this fancy tech and stuff that we have, people were making great games before all this fancy tech. Call on enums. Hey, new Blister D. I think this should include NPC scheduling. Kind of separate. It's related to NPCs, but it's separate. Whatever. I'll just put it here. It doesn't hurt to be thorough here just because it also shows just how much we need to make, and I don't want to hide anything from this, so. HUD upgrades customization. Reputation, factions, and reputation. Epilogue / ending slides. Portable alchemy kit. Merchants. Character customization. That'll work. You just walk in and do the take insane. I have a very specific set of skills. You give me 5 mil or I'll find you. I was talking with somebody about that last night. I don't think they saw the vision for the game. And, you know, I tried to just kind of gently, not so gently explain that, like, I am one person who can't do a lot of things very well. Like, I'm sorry that the prototype isn't up to your standards, but it is just a prototype and it's meant to be a starting point, a reference point. I don't know. I think it's hard sometimes for people to know what a prototype actually is and what it's supposed to accomplish. It is what it is. Reusable. Do I want to put this here? Not really. Can cut change. Seasons. We want to make a backup plan. I know this is gonna kind of come out of left field, but the backup plan for Cauldron Chronicles, if we can't get the funding we need, is actually just to turn the game into a shopkeeping game. Keep in mind, this is like super down the road if literally nothing else works. But there's a lot of the like open world stuff that we can cut away to make this game for a hell of a lot cheaper, but still keep the core of making potions and helping clients in like with that RPG dialogue. I don't think it would be as good. It might not even be something that I want to do, but it's a super big backup plan. Two sides of the coin, that there's people that don't understand what a prototype is, and there's people that think a beta is a prototype and will magically correct all the issues you will see prior to release. I think it was the issue that he saw was here's a good example. If you guys watch me working on the game, you know that our open world is shit, right? Because it was one of the first things that we prototyped. back when we thought the game was going to be an adventure, like puzzle hybrid game, right? Before we even knew that we wanted potion combat. Therefore, the world's design is quite far away from what we actually intend for the world design to be. So, you know, he sees that and says, well, how can I trust that you can make the world in the way that you say you'll make it? And it's like, well, because I'm going to hire 2 level designers that will, you know, work on the design and iterate on what I've put into writing. That's the entire point of looking for funding, so we can hire a team to do the things that I can't do myself. I think that the whole like idea was lost in him. Let's put it this way, I've seen games with nothing more than a pitch deck and like a one-pager that get like tens of millions of dollars in funding. Maybe not tens of millions, but I've seen upwards of like $5 to $10 million in funding from games that have like barely any prototype and a one-pager and some GDD. So, I don't know, it just kind of depends. I'm hoping that we have a little bit more than that. There's some endgame stuff in here I was talking about when we were writing up the GDD. We do need to insert this into the GDD. Item is called Hearts of the Forest. And then some endgame ideas. Let me save this somewhere. Throw it on the desktop for now, I'll organize it properly. What do I want to do with this? Really, I should work on the milestone plan in Excel. Do I want to just duplicate this? This is so big. Oh, I just merged the cells. I see. I'll fix that. Let's get with the question asked. If you get a deal, what will you apply the money towards? Saying just cause or it'll get done can be taken by some that don't understand your brain in a negative manner or non-confidence building. You have a well-thought dev cycle, dictates solely what you need to accomplish X to get result Y. Well, I know what the money is going to be applied towards. It's salaries. It's hard to say because if we get some money, I can hire some people, and I know which people we need right away. Lead artist, producer, combat designer. Those are the 3 people in the order of lead artist, combat designer, and then producer. Those are the 3 in that order that I need. So if I can get some funding, I can start with those people, and we can start to work on some of the unknowns that we have. Now, I know what you're getting by is that publishers are going to ask me where this money is going to be going. That's where it's going to be going. Well, I'm saying salary to you guys. I'm not saying it to what I'll say to publishers. I don't treat you guys like publishers, because otherwise that would just be a boring stream. This is where the money's going towards. People in the fart jar. Trust me, the way that I speak to you guys is like a million ways different than I speak to publishers and investors. Excel script? No, I don't need Excel script. How do I want to Get this sorted. The jokes, sorry, I'm so out of line with jokes right now. I'm really overworked. Barely been getting any sleep. It's just for protection purposes. Better to put that there. Hey, Nixie. Do I have my... No, let me pull in some additional formatting here. Nice thing is, all you have to do is copy in the cells, and then you can just remove them, and you have the formatting. I want to finish up pre-production. I don't want to just jump into vertical slice right away, and I think it would be incorrect to phrase it as such to publishers. What we really need to do is finish up pre-production, but that's a very quick matter. But I need to do it with people that know what they're doing, so that's really going to include... For sure, our beautiful corner. I'd like at least a bit of a narrative pipeline, so finding a narrative designer that I can sit down with and get them thinking of how this game is supposed to work would be nice. Though that doesn't need to be done for finishing up pre-production, just because writing those characters shouldn't take an inordinate amount of time, and we already have working NPCs that can be used as placeholders while the rest of the vertical slice is being built. So we don't need that initially. Base lore biome high level. Having a high level idea for the biomes could be nice too. But I want a level designer then right off the bat. It could be important. Our game's level design is pretty damn crucial. And I imagine that there will need to be some thought put into that and how it's supposed to look. And I know somebody that I could hire for that, if he's up for it. I think what we're imagining with the level design, I don't know if I told you guys too much about this, but we imagine, you know, like Elden Ring, Zelda style of density and multiple pathways of traversal that change with, you know, the season and with opening up secrets and shortcuts. So imagine, you know, high verticality, a lot of secrets, stuff like that. Oblivion, I played the Oblivion remake up until leaving the sewers. It's good. It's good. It's very impressive what Virtuos has actually done with that. I was wrong. Game is good. It does have mod support. So some of my gripes, especially with like UI element placement, will be fixed. It does have mods. It not only has mod support for ESPs, and any non-Oblivion script extender mod is working with the remaster right now, but it also has pack file support. So it seems like people can use Unreal or the creation kit to make mods. So look, I can't like speak any further than that, but that's what I've seen is pack files and ESP files being shared for mods. Game good. I do want a combat vision document, combat vision design doc. 100% needed for ending pre-production, because I'm not very good at that. I don't have the time to think about that. And I feel like, again, our potion combat not only encapsulates fighting with enemies, but also how effects work on the player, how effects work in the world, and some consistency between all those. That needs somebody who is exceptionally skilled at doing that. That's not me. So we know that we need to hire a combat designer to think about that from the ground up. Is there anything else we need to end pre-production that I would feel necessary? You know, I will put the biome high level. These three things I feel are necessary for completing pre-production. And I don't think they should take, if I can find a lead artist, I don't think this will take more than a month. Combat vision, again, no more than a month. Biome high level. So I think that in 1 month, with the right people, we can finish up the pre-production and move on to working on the vertical slice with an extremely solid plan. Extremely solid. The reasons you might heard once you leave the sewer into the outside world is poorly optimized. I was playing...
Wrong.
Right, Ken? I was very wrong. I was playing without hardware ray tracing and using DLAA on my 4070 Ti at home. No problems. No problems. I know that I have a kind of like a NASA computer a bit, but it was fine. I was getting 60 FPS. Yeah. You know what I think it was, Kent? I never expected, and I never would have guessed that a team would actually think to make a remaster by gutting Unreal Engine for everything except its rendering and some of its core subsystems, and almost emulate the gameplay scripts of a previous engine. So it's not like it's creation engine running on Unreal, but it is about the closest thing you can get to that by gluing together creation engine's code into Unreal. It's actually impressive, and I think that it sets a standard for remastering old games that ran on much lower hardware. I'm not sure what being wrong when I heard it was being done by a team that had done this sort of combined remaster before. Yeah, I didn't know about their like previous remasters. So hey, this is pretty hopeful. I'm pretty hopeful that we can get old games remastered into Unreal without them losing their gameplay identity. We'll see. I think this is great. I think Virtuos has made an incredible introduction into the industry by doing this. All right, let's jump to vertical. We'll make it look pretty too, and I need to put some descriptions in here for each of these. Let's do this. Center. text wrap. Where's my top rows? Look like they made a hybrid between Unreal and Creation. Yeah, I think that the initial reports were kind of putting it in like layman's terms, where most players would not understand the nuances of what that means to run Creation Engine code in Unreal. So I think that was primarily just a misinterpretation on my part, and a complete failure to see that that team would have the balls to literally gut Unreal Engine. But hey, they did it. They did it, and it turns out that it works pretty damn well, so no complaints there. Like an Unreal front end, Creation backend, and they make API calls back and forth. Yeah, it's kind of. I think that there was actually a developer for Epic Games that I think put it in really, really great simple terms, better than I could have ever said it. He is a principal animation programmer at Epic Games working on Unreal Engine. He says, Oblivion Remastered is running on Unreal Engine. Unreal is the perfect tool to breathe new life into old games. Port the old C++ game logic and write some glue code to drive Unreal actors. Write a map converter and then art swap static meshes to modernize. I hope to see more. That is exactly what it is. Glue code to drive Unreal actors. And that way, one of my biggest fears was that it would lose its jank, it would lose its charm. But because it's literally running the same code with Havoc physics, replacing Chaos, there's not really any Unreal jank that is mixing with the Creation Engine jank, so it literally feels like you're playing Oblivion remastered rather than a remake. It isn't a remake, it is a remaster, because all they've did is just swap out the rendering, you know, and are running it kind of on top of Unreal's foundation, but without any of the Unreal physics and actor control. It's, like I said, it's very impressive technologically, and it works very well. I never would have expected something like that to be done. PP1, there's my milestone, pre-production 1. I feel like we need at least 3 milestones for vertical slice. I'll explain why. We have a lot of plans for vertical slice. What am I doing? we go. Okay, PP1. Again, we'll get that colored when we need to. I can also do conditional formatting for that if we want. And just shove in some custom rules. Vertically sliced beat me. I think because all the remakes I played felt so different from the original that I don't even want to play them. I feel the same way as Creek. I mean, there's some great. I think there's some really awesome remakes from like on like the Resident Evil side, but there's a lot that just lose that charm. And no, I mean, credit to Virtuos. Like they said, they wanted to not lose that charm, and so the best way to do that is just to use the exact same code. Well, if Oblivion didn't require the greatest amount of overhead to run that gameplay code, at least by today's hardware standards, then in a way, the way that they're doing it is almost like they're emulating the gameplay of Oblivion on top of Unreal, and it works. I mean, it works perfectly. I don't really like the modernization of the UI, personally. I think some of it is not very good, but as a whole, the rest of the gameplay is perfectly fine. Okay, where's my... Hold on, I gotta grab a pen. I just gotta make some marks. I wish I were a producer. I wish I had more game knowledge. This is the best that I'm going to be able to do with a milestone plan initially. Okay, next up we want the narrative pipeline. Base lore. I was reminded they didn't emphasize mod support as a selling point. I agree. I really agree. And you know, I was looking, I'm like, okay, so what do I expect to see on like Nexus mods, right? Probably just a bunch of reshades. And I was like, okay, I saw some reshades, but I was like, oh wait, I see some actually real mods here that aren't just reshades. And I was looking, I'm like, okay, Dark as Night Shrouded Armor. So what does this look like beneath the surface? Oh, it's a pack file. So where do I place that? You place that in content packs mods. That's how you mod Unreal Engine 5 games. Okay, so it supports Unreal Engine mods. And then I was looking at other things and, you know, I saw like ESP files, like this. And you place this in exactly the same way that you would, like other Oblivion content. Apparently the Oblivion file structure is the same, it's pulling ESP files. So there's not only pack files for Unreal Engine mods, but there's an ESP folder as well for old school Oblivion mods. And any mods that worked with original Oblivion that don't require the script extender, like I don't know, maybe this, I don't know if this one does or not. Yeah, like this one, apparently, from what I've heard, should work. Bethesda's strategy is to support modding but not market it. The ones who know will know, and the normies can keep behind. I don't know. It's very weird. Script extender. It's like it's a way to increase the number of scripts that can be run by the engine. I don't know like the details beyond that, but every Bethesda game has to have a script extender, like Skyrim script extender, Fallout script extender. Hey, how you doing, Jitspo? Thank you for the raid, man. 41 people. How you doing?
Jitspo raided my stream with 41 viewers.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. That's the day today. Who's been playing Oblivion, huh? We're working on our milestone plan and budget today. So it's gonna be kind of just, I'm gonna be writing some stuff in Excel and we get to talk the whole day. Just short of being the answer to life, the universal raids. Dude, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a nice day. What were you working on today? Or were you playing something? Were you playing Oblivion Remastered? Were you skirting work? Systems rework design. That would be nice to have in Milestone 1. I mean, it depends. I want a systems designer right off. Just Devin? Nice. Any gifts to share? Any updates? Make me feel better? Two finalized enemies. First biome blockout. I mean, if we have a level designer here at the first milestone, we probably could get a biome blocked out. Maybe? I mean, who do we have at this stage? By the time we start vertical milestone 1, who do we actually have for this? We would have a systems designer, so me. We'd have a narrative designer. Lead artist. Combat designer. Level designer. And I think we should have a programmer too, because we can start them on porting over systems from the prototype. Added some bullet impact sounds and got dynamic music working, so plays different tracks based on his enemies are aggroed or not. Oh, that's cool. This is the project you're working on? Did I just see a door kick open? Fuck yes. I love it. My colleague would love this art style. I mean, I love it too, but he's also making something with like the... Jesus Christ. This looks great, dude. This looks fucking awesome. How many of you guys are working on this game? Oh, nice. That's awesome. You have a lot of guns. Mostly solo, but I contracted a composer for this track and also bought a few textures. Oh, fuck yeah. Nice. Gun platforming. Well, that's a mindfuck. This is great, dude. This looks fucking awesome. Huge props. Click on developer if it shows the new creator page. Oh, you made a new creator page? Yes, indeed. Very nice. I look forward to it. Fast-paced Quake-like retro FPS in a Victorian-era steampunk setting with Lovecraftian monsters, distorted time and gravity, and crazy weapons. Good tagline. Very good tagline. Better than mine. Major props. Major props for that. Oh, sure. First was just showing the normal list. I wonder if like it had to get like approved or something. Let me see. Producer. Do we need a? We probably do need a producer at this point. Yeah, we'd be retarded not to have a producer, to be honest. And I am, but I try not to be. General Office Manager. Producer's a D20. That's chaos. That's chaos. Oh, how many people do we want for this? I don't know how many people we want for this. Like, of course I could hire a character artist and let them go to town, which we probably need. Hire all the people. I don't need all the people. Half the people. I'm trying to think, like, because we, you know, I want to try to get some of these, like, for instance, our pre-production PP1. Our goal is to just kind of finalize some of the unknowns and shore up some of the plans for moving into vertical slice. First vertical, we should try to still keep it trim, but I could have some of the art people working on in the background that wouldn't require anything else to be made, such like the, you know, like a character artist. We could also outsource some concept art, things like that. You can get away with using MetaHuman or Character Creator? I don't know. I don't think so. Hey Tony, thank you for the follow, man. Happy Wednesday. You know, our game is meant to be pretty stylized. I don't know if MetaHuman is going to be that. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I'm not the art person. I can't tell you what the pluses and minuses and limits of MetaHumans is. Which is kind of why we need that lead artist right from the bat. UI design. I think it would be kind of dumb to have a UI designer as early as Vertical Slice Milestone 1. Well, if we don't have anything for them to design, then there's not really any point in having them. If our code architecture is good enough, then pulling in a level designer or UI designer in like Milestone 2 or 3, ideally 2, would be the most optimal solution. And then we just do a quick rework of all of those elements. I can't assume though that leading the team I'll have enough time to do the systems rework design. So realistically, oh no, I do have systems designer here, but that should be a separate systems designer, not me. So I will just put game director as me. Although if I have time, I can help out with the rework systems design, but let's not assume that I will have that time. That would be very dangerous for the team. And we'll be starting with these three. Now, realistically, we could start with a programmer to start porting over systems, especially things that we know that are going to be rather core and don't really need a... They don't really need a redesign from a coding perspective, they just need to be implemented. And if we don't have anybody to do that, then we might be wasting time. Systems need rewriting in C++, starting with core systems that don't need much from the design side. In which case we're adding 4 more people for the first vertical slice. So during PP1, we need to be looking for... We need to be looking for 4 other people. Well, oh, okay, hold on. That's not right. That's not correct. Because I would be here. So 3 other people. Primarily the narrative designer, the producer, and the systems designer. That's dumb. I can already foresee it. If we don't have a producer who knows what they're doing and can also help handle hiring people from the start, then I would have to spend all of my time hiring people, in which case I wouldn't be leading the team as much, and recipe for disaster. Recipe for disaster. I feel like people forget every time there's a new game that's like 150 gigabytes, people forget that there was a game that like releases a month before that that's also 150 gigabytes. I don't know, I saw a lot of like BS on Twitter of like, oh, uncompressed textures. Have you ever tried to compress like an image or video with WinRAR? Yeah, it doesn't go well. I don't know. I'm not saying that you can, but uninformed people. We'd have to coordinate hiring these people, well, except for me, right? But these 5 people all at the same time, which sounds horrendous. I mean, we'd be paying pretty good money here in Poland for it, but yeah, this would be hell to coordinate. Ready for some food? Yeah, take care, Jispo. Thank you for the follow, or for the... Fuck me. Thank you for the raid. My mind is destroyed by all this pitch preparation. Ugh. Dead. I mean, it could be done. Only have to manage myself, and sometimes that's too much. Right? We could do 2 pre-production milestones, to be honest. What if we did that? New people are marked. So if we start PP1 by handling the beautiful corner and the combat vision design, which I think are some of the 2 most important things to do, and we hire a producer to help offload some of that planning and vision, as well as the, of course, talking to the publisher in this case too. You know, he or she and I could share that, and then we could both handle hiring too. Because I don't want to do hiring myself. I think that's kind of dangerous. But I do need to. I need to have somebody who has broader knowledge of the entire development process, which the producer is going to have more than I would have, being primarily a designer. And we could both sift through emails, right? Because we're probably going to get a lot of applications. I'm going to be real, not to sound egotistical, but we're paying quite a bit of money, and we're working on an RPG. We're going to probably get a few hundred applications for some of these. Difference between producer and game director. Good question. Producer handles the planning, the liaison between team leads and the game director. They also are holders of the vision. They might be a final say before something gets to me. They will talk to the publishers. They'll talk to QA, any outsourcing teams. They'll be the liaison for that too. They will help organize tasks, determine if we need more time for things. They really do a lot, and they are sometimes underappreciated. But that's why, if you are going to get a producer, don't cheap out. Get a good producer who knows what they're doing. Because if you don't go and get a good producer, it can trickle down and cause massive problems later on in the team. The game director, conversely, is the person who manages the vision and is kind of just the entire project lead. Handling the meetings, determining, being the final say where the buck stops. Yeah, we'll do that. Designer, programmer. Okay, so we'll move these to PP2. Systems rework design, initial system porting. I mean, we should probably include then that we want to continue doing that initial system porting. Kind of depends though. I don't know how much I can expect a programmer to get through in one milestone. Depends on how long the milestone is. Like alchemy and inventory are kind of core. Having those will allow us to start testing the game out. Like, we want to try to rebuild the core loop of the game as quickly as possible. And to do that, we need certain things like alchemy, inventory, interaction. I feel like I'm missing something. I can't remember. Maybe it was just those three. Alchemy, inventory, and like interaction. Oh, ingredients. And ingredients. And we can just either use placeholder models like we have in our prototype to start with. Or just use blocks, cubes. Start with alchemy. We'll do it in order. Interaction, inventory, ingredients, and alchemy. Then what could the lead artist and combat designer start working on in that milestone? We could do some spiking for the, well, what are the most important things to have there? Where's the art team? Tech art team. 3Cs, mood board, biome concepts. Yeah, we do need that, to be fair. Well, I kind of feel like we should have the mood board then before the beautiful corner and biome concepts before the beautiful corner. Could switch them out. Could work. That could work. Ingredient solution. Oh yeah, okay, so I have here in like quotes, ingredient solution. It's not the final solution, so don't worry, we don't need a big oven or anything. But what it is meant to be is the, how do we want to handle the 3D models of, how do we want to handle the 3D models of ingredients? Especially when, you know, like when you're doing alchemy and dragging ingredients around. or processing them even better is an example, you're supposed to have 3D models for those things. So it's kind of easy. Like if you grind up a plant, okay, you can just show like a mesh of something ground up and then color it green. Easy. But when you cut it or cook it, you know, how do we want those to look? And like ingredient jars, for instance, how do we want to handle that? That's gonna be a combination of design and creativity. What are our teams? Programming. Do we want to split up art? Maybe not for now. Narrative team would be nice. I feel like those are relevant splits for our game. Data validation list equals teams. Art. Game design. Level design. Programming. Art. I think that's a good start. I really want to do it this way. I'm just gonna do it manually, fuck it. Worry about that, making it look pretty later. Okay, narrative pipeline, that is the narrative team. Narrative team, systems reworked is programming. First off, how do I feel about pre-production here? Finishing up pre-production with a mood board and biome concepts, because we need a lot from the art side. Initial systems porting. The biome high level. We don't really have anything for combat to work on in PP2, so let's say this can be part of the effects list, effects, oops, hold on. Effects implementation. A technical combat designer should be able to do the effects implementation too, like from the data side, like logically. So, you know, if like a character has poison on them, it will drain that with gas naturally. We just won't have any visuals for that. And we don't have the new potion combat. Although some things that we could pull from the prototype and just use temporarily and then just delete and replace it when we get around to it. So it'll be an interesting way to work, let's put it that way. Future Nightmare. How was Oblivion? It was good. It's good, very well made. Very impressed with what Virtuous has done. I'm happy with this. Especially because at that point we bring on the level designer and programmer. It does have mod support. Indeed it does. Although I agree with you, Ice Creek, I don't know why they didn't state that anywhere. And why Bethesda's support was incorrect about it. Legal says you can't mod the game. Well, you really think Bethesda's gonna stop people from modding the game? They might have just had like a bare bones EULA or something. I don't know. Whatever that says or doesn't say, it'll probably get removed. Okay. We're bringing on a systems and narrative designer here. Microsoft? I don't think Microsoft would do that. They'd be shooting themselves in the foot if they got rid of modding. Especially because they haven't done anything already. I think we have the narrative team pretty set for vertical. The first vertical. They were actually both True Nightmare. The game supports both ESPs and packs. Focus on iterating core systems. Strike team to focus on iterating core systems. Primarily alchemy. I think our NPC system is fine, and anyway, these are going to be up to narrative team in some ways. So I'm okay if they need to spend a whole milestone just focusing on fixing alchemy and making it feel really, really good, since it is just so crucial. I think that'll take the whole... Well... Here's what I'll do. God damn it. Those teams. Okay, and then we'll clear from these. I'm gonna put game design and programming on a strike team for that. Apparently Bethesda sent every single person on the Sky Oblivion team a key to the remake, the remaster, the deluxe editions. Sky Oblivion is still impressive though. And I think that everybody working on that team has a very bright future in the industry, which is good. We need more people who are just very passionate about game development, who are getting into the industry and replacing all the hacks. Game design, programming, narrative. We still need some art. Some combat design work. Level design work. We could do the first biome block out here. Combat team. We can do initial enemy design. Oops. Yeah, I just noticed that. Art team. Art team needs something to do here. What do we need them to do? Art. Seasons corruption. No, I'm not gonna do color grading. More annoying to set up because I don't know how many milestones I want. It'd just be easier to do it manually. At the beautiful corner, like the result of beautiful corner should be master material that supports seasons and weather. So we could start to do day-night cycle and weather system customization to be more stylized. Because, you know, obviously right now we do plan to use UDS. I don't see why not, but we want to have unique unique artwork for all that so that it matches the style of the game. And same thing down here. Don't worry, we'll make it all look much prettier once we're done. End of Vertical should be our early access release. And we plan to have 2 biomes for that, and then each milestone in early access will release like a new biome, more NPCs, more content, things like that, right? So just very structured content releases throughout early access until the full game is done. Ramping up. Ramping up. What other artists do we need? Multiplayer. That's a good point. You're right about that. We need to go pretty big dick on the art team for Vertical Slice 2. So end of Vertical Slice 1, we should be hiring a shit ton of artists. I mean, well, this makes sense, because Vertical Slice 2 is where we should pretty much be at full team size, or as much as we can have. So maybe instead of focusing on 2 new people for VS1, we should focus on a few more so that we don't have to hire as many for VS2. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll give it some thought while I'm walking. Sorry about that. Alright. Back to the milestone plan. This will inevitably change too once we get some of the initial work done, so it's really just meant to be a starting point. Pretty much every game that I've worked on, you have to change milestone plans like every milestone. Games are hard to plan for, let's put it that way. Remember just something that the game supports modding directly with the old creation kit? Yeah. Yep. Again, I don't know why they didn't mention this anywhere during the announcement, because I don't know, as somebody who, you know, played Oblivion when it first came out, you know, with that old giant Prima guide down in my down on the PS3 in my grandparents' basement, with my aunts who had bought the game. I mean, the game was just ripe for modding, and then you buy it on PC, you start modding the shit out of it. I don't understand. I really don't get it. Unless they expected players to just assume that modding would be natural. I don't know why. I mean, after the leaks where it said it was going to be Unreal, I think it's safe to assume that modding was definitely up for question. We're at vertical. VS1 we should aim to have. I kind of wonder if one designer is enough to handle reworking alchemy. Well, the rework shouldn't take that long. I'm not hiring no newbie here. I think that the systems designer should be able to handle that, and first biome ingredient list. I'm gonna be honest. Which might leave programming out in the dust. Optimistic or pessimistic predictions? At this point, it's so hard to know. You know, I want to promise to the publisher what I feel like we absolutely can accomplish at that time, 100%. If we can't accomplish that, we're fucked. If we can do more than that, that's great. So it simultaneously needs to be enough to convince a publisher that it looks realistic, but also not so optimistic that we might have unforeseen issues that waste time. Because anybody who does game dev knows, we know that there's going to be a whole bunch of unforeseen issues in all this that we didn't plan for. I don't know how much time those issues are going to take, but they're going to be there. Small little things. The game is just content heavy. Like, I'm reading all these things, I'm like, okay, rituals, well, from a data standpoint, it's not difficult. You know, puzzles, well, it's, you know, it just depends on what we have for combat, but a lot of that implementation is pretty easy. Task system, you know, again, I prototyped the task system in a couple of days and it works just fine. Farming and fishing, same kind of thing. It's just, it all requires tons and tons and tons of data. It's just so much content. It's kind of annoying. An unforeseen event delays a milestone. Will the publisher be understanding? Depends. There's a lot of factors that can implement that. If the publisher doesn't really like you or doesn't trust you, they might not be very understanding. If you have sprung this upon them at like the last minute, like, oh, by the way, tomorrow we won't be able to deliver the milestone. You know, that's obviously kind of shitty to do, but I've seen it happen. If you are upfront and you say, look, it looks like we might be a little bit late on the milestone, they might be understanding. They're like, oh, okay, you know, how many days do you expect? Okay, yeah, that's fine. No, we can pay you at the same time. Not a big deal. Or they might just say, well, then, you know, catch us in a week after and we'll review the milestone then, and then we'll pay you if we accept the milestone. Natkey, thank you for the follow. It just depends. Some publishers are nicer about that, some aren't. Some will trust you, some don't trust you. Day-night cycle, weather system, alchemy, those are handled. NPC dialogue, that's going to be handled by the narrative team. Inventory should be moved over. Encyclopedia is really just a knowledge base. Seasons corruption. Seasons are built into UDS. How they interact with the world might need a subsystem. Do your games have API? In what way? Will you budget in extra money as a buffer for unforeseen? Yes, there will be a buffer period. I'm very open with publishers about that, just because it happens, and I'd like to have 3 months of buffer, realistically. The user player can manipulate the game data from their own custom experience if they choose to. I would like to have a lot of in-game options and cheats for the player to customize their experience. I don't know if there will be a lot of that external, but if we can, we will. It's early access, so, you know, if we get a lot of support early on, we can say, okay, well, we're getting so many sales, you know, ideally everybody wishes that were the case, that we can start to plan this for like post-release content, or we can fit this in a milestone and delay something else. UDS is Ultra Dynamic Sky. I think that's pretty good for VS1, unless we need to add a little bit more art. I think we should. I think we really should. We should get the character artist on board for this. I'd like to have 3 NPCs for Vertical Slice. I know it's not much, but it really depends on how many encounters they have. That's kind of the actual metric here, not the number of NPCs. We bring a character artist on for VS2. Or for VS1, sorry. Then I think that'll give them enough time to start working on that initial character art. We can outsource a lot of the icons if we need to. For like ingredients, you know, we have like every ingredient needs its own icon and shit. I think more realistically would be having the like an organic 3D artist or something. Always recommend UDS? Yes. Buy UDS. You will not regret it. It's some of the best money that you can spend in Unreal. It's very good for its price, and it has great documentation. It just works. Hashtag Todd Howard. Oh, it's on sale right now. Yeah, then definitely buy it. I mean, I would buy it if it was twice or 3 times the price. It would still be worth it to me. I'm trying to think if we need tech artist, animator at this stage in time. I don't think so. We'll definitely need the animator for VS2. Hey, Donna. Still cooking the pitch? Yep. Still working on materials. I'll have my first call with a publisher on Monday, and I need to work on updating materials. Still a million things to do, but yeah. And this first talk on Monday is going to be very, very good. Somebody that I would definitely like to work with, and they would, without a doubt, have the money for our game. Yeah, look, if I can just provide them with at least the milestone plan for the pre-production and vertical, we should be fine. After that, you know, if I'm trying to plan the alpha and beta at this stage, if there even technically is one with a early access plan, then we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. If you unironically included hookers and cocaine into the budget with a straight face, by what percentage would that reduce your chance of getting funded? It depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to like some Germans or something, that's never gonna fly over their heads. If I'm talking to like somebody who's like kind of chill, no problem. Do I want to start on UI design? On VS1. This one? Yep, this is the one. This is it. Buy it. Promise you it's worth it. And it's as easy as load up a new level, completely blank, and you just drop in 2 blueprints, and you're done. You have everything from UDS and weather. That's it. I still don't feel confident about that. I feel like we either need another 3D artist at this stage, because there's a lot of 3D art to make in the game. Having them earlier would be better, so we can get them into the team. Then again, we can outsource if we need to. I think we'll save that for VS2. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, we have this core team. General office manager. An easy way that my team member of my project, my wife, can use the same assets I bought. I mean, version control. You just add it to the project and then you use version control. Or you just both log into the same same Fab account, same Unreal account. We'll have the full design team at this point, and we're really gonna need the people to help implement all that shit. I think one programmer is definitely not going to be enough to handle all this. Lone Traveler, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. What's the new version control you want to switch to? Diversion. This is the one. I've heard nothing but good things about it. So like you would implement an asset pack and then just, you know, commit that to the repo, and then she would download that and have that asset pack ready to go. So hire 2 3D artists and another programmer for this stage. UI designer for sure. We need to start on that. There's a lot of UI in our game. This would be a technical UI designer. He should be able, or she should be able to work directly in Unreal. Trust me, I'm going to be paying them enough money so that we make sure that we find somebody who can do that. It's not common, it's rare, I'll tell you that. So if we're looking for a UI designer like that who's technical oriented, we need to start doing it. You know, back here, we need to start putting up the the feelers. Should we hire a writer here too? I mean, if the narrative designer is capable of writing too, which they should be realistically, then we can get more writing done than we think. The reason why I want to have narrative designer and writer separate is because of how complex the RPG interlink between characters should be, is intended to be. I need somebody to manage that, and I imagine that while managing that and the lore, they're not going to have as much time to write dialogue. So I'd rather that I find somebody that's a perfect fit for that, even if they're not great at writing dialogues, and we can find separate writers who are really, really good and fast with writing dialogue. Don't think we would need a separate... Retail 100 gigabytes and 10 members? It's very good. Very, very good. Artist animator. Want an animator too. Focus on player and initial NPCs. We could go like person by person and ask, you know, what are we doing? We could outsource, again, we could outsource the 3D art. There's plenty of capable outsourcing studios to handle organic 3D art if we can't find anybody in-house, but we should probably try to find somebody in-house, and if we can't, then we'll have on the back burner a outsourcing studio ready to go while we continue to look for an in-house. Because outsourcing is going to be expensive for that, and we have enough 3D needs to really require somebody in-house. Same with 2D art, though. 2D art could be outsourced too. Hey, so Fanny. Budgeting a milestone. Yep. Our favorite. Just in case this crashes or I lose my data, I'm gonna indent further the people that are new to each milestone. I know it's not the greatest way to visualize it, but I just need it to work. A lot of people to bring on for another milestone. keep in mind that we'd have to sift through and do interviews for all this. This puts a lot of overhead on me and the producer's shoulders. And the lead artist. You know, if we're hiring a new lead artist, if we're hiring a new programmer, we need to have that be part of it too. With that in mind, I'm kind of wondering, would it be smart to have another producer? I don't know. Like an associate producer, you know, somebody who doesn't have to be super experienced but can just handle the production while me and the producer are hiring people. I mean, I don't think it's going to be as cut and dry as I want it to be. It's possible that we find the right animator, they're ready to go a little bit early. That's fine. You know, we're doing Kanban methodology anyway, and I want to remain as agile as possible. I know corpo words, sorry. What it really means is that if we know what we need to do, and we have more, you know, people working than we have man hours planned, then we'll just pull things from the backlog. It's not a big deal. In fact, it's a good thing. And maybe keeping the milestones a little bit leaner is better to account for that loss of time, where, you know, like the lead artist just having to join me on interview calls with 3D artists or animators, programmer as well. Narrative designer for the writer. We're going to lose time from that. I know somebody I can ask. I know an experienced producer. I know at least one experienced producer that I can ask about how much time they feel like they spend on interview calls and like having to deal with interviews and sifting through applications. I'll show you an example. Here in Poland, we have a pretty nice website for Polish game dev jobs. You can be looking at hundreds of view counts for each of these, and in a lot of cases, you know, the conversion ratio could be that, you know, this is going to end up with like 50 to 100 applications. That's a lot of people to sift through. It's an awful lot of people to sift through. Yeah, we'll see how that feels. Okay. Let's go one person at a time here. What is the systems designer doing VS2? The systems designer should have just gotten done with reworking alchemy and working on the first biome ingredient list. We need... It really depends on how long these are meant to be. Random event design. Task system design. Puzzle design. You can work on that with the combat designer too. There's no reason why not. Combat designer would have just gotten done with initial enemy design. First biome blockout. Means that we could put the level designer and the combat designer on dungeon design. Narrative designer and writer can be working hard on first full NPC, fully written NPC. That's going to require some iteration. But if they get done fast enough, then we can... We need books too. We need readable books as part of the feature list. I forgot those. I'm gonna add it here. Okay. Yeah, we don't need the portable alchemy kit, merchants, character customization, farming, fishing, or swimming in water for the vertical. Which I know sounds kind of weird, but we already have proofs of concept for those. And because we're releasing into early access, those are in some cases content that would be better staggered throughout the early access period. Milestone plans for early access are different than non-early access. It's kind of weird, and it fucks up with my brain a little bit. First fully written. I don't feel like that's enough for the narrative team to have. But we can only always pull in additional NPCs if they have time for it. I don't feel as if the random event design is significantly challenging for a game designer to work on. The task system is kind of a rework, so they're not starting from scratch. The random event, they are starting from scratch. We'll call this rework then, since we already have it. And puzzle system, puzzle design can be split between systems designer and combat designer. And that really should just be coming up with ideas. And most of those ideas will be pretty quick to implement. This is a big fucking game. We have so many systems. I've never worked on a game with this many systems and this much content. This is really daunting. I wish I had a producer with me. Multiple encounters and iteration time. Slow process. The slow process for me. But we're gonna have narrative designer on the previous milestone anyway, so it might be fast for them. It's just slow for me. But I don't want to assume. Kind of tempted to separate game and combat design in our case. To be easier to visualize. You console us. Okay, switch that over to combat. Effects list and effect implementation. This is also combat. Then we hire the systems designer. That'll be up to them. Systems. Combat random event design will be systems. Task system design rework is systems. Dungeon design is going to be split between, a little bit between combat and level. I mean, that should really give the design team more than enough to do. And we want them to do it well, so. Good start. Who's up next? Character artist. We did initial character art here for focus on player and initial NPCs. We should start to then do initial creature monster design. Concepting. I don't know how many we want. It'll be how fast. It'll be up to how fast they work. At this point, the lead artist is probably going to have their hands a little bit full with managing the art team. I'm going to delegate 3D work over to the 3D artist. The 3D artist should be busy doing what? If we have the first biome blocked out, we can do... Do we want to start making some of the 3D art for the biome? We'll do focusing on environments and unique pieces first. And we can jump into like the ingredient art in the final milestone, or the milestone after this. Combat, level design. The split between level design for the dungeons. Is there anything else for level design to work on? Player hut. Player hut blockout would be nice to have. I don't know if that'll be, well, the dungeons are going to be pretty involved, aren't they? So let's split these up. Let's say that the dungeon design, but ultimately the dungeon blockout needs to be done as well. And I'm going to add some description up here for the first biome blockout. Only overworld and secret areas, not dungeon. Because the dungeon is kind of separate, so, you know, of course there might be like a couple entrances, but we just need to know where it's going to be, and then we can add that when it finally gets to that point. Programmers. We have 2 programmers at this stage. What are our programmers working on? Assumedly, they've handled alchemy. I think we could start working on the NPC scheduling system. Especially if we have one NPC already, right? That can be ported over. If we assume the task system design might not change very much. I mean, I could sit down with a systems designer and we could probably just say, okay, the task system just works. We'll make a couple of modifications here, but nothing too crazy. That could be it. I mean, it could be done that day. In which case, then the programmers could start implementing the task system. I do think random events will take a little bit more time, but ultimately, I don't see a reason why we couldn't implement those in the same milestone. Especially because 2 of these are just kind of porting what we already have. Farming and fishing can be skipped, which will save us some time right now. Swimming in water. What is our team doing? I think we should at least do some spiking of water. Figure out what method system we need to accomplish this. How many heads for art and level design? I'd only 1 level design to start with, though I intend to probably have 2. And we have a lead artist, probably 2 organic 3D artists at this stage, and an animator, and a character artist. The organic 3D artist will be at like senior level. Most people actually at this stage are going to be like senior level, so very competent in their field. Wanted to bring a tech artist on too. Which should probably help with the water swimming implementation. You know, I might move that to VS3. And we'll do water swimming implementation spike and the water shader. It's a waste. It's a waste. It's a waste of time. We don't know what system we want to use for the water. The water that we're currently using is not going to work. It's way too restrictive and not the most performant, and it's really fucking annoying. It just causes bugs. Our prototype right now has bugs, and most of them are related to fluid flux. It really sucks. I don't want to use it. So we need to know what we're going to do for it, but I think that we should just spike that and then save that for a content update later. If we release 2 biomes into early access, so like the forest and let's say a desert, we don't need to have a lake. Or if we do a lake, we can do much more simplified water and swimming for now. Will that work? I don't know. I don't know. I need an artist to take a look at all this. I can't assume very well what an artist would or wouldn't be able to handle in what amount of time. It's beyond my scope of understanding. So I'm just going to include this here, and it is what it is. UI designer, which I will split up to. Oop. Saw the documentation video, yes, that shit is insane and easy to use, love it, can't wait to close work and jump back in my project. It's so insanely awesome. It's literally just delete everything related to like fog and lighting in your, and you know, skybox in your level, and then just drag and drop 2 blueprints in. And it just works. You know, tick a boolean so that it has dynamic day night, and it's done. Do you want it's like, do you want volumetric fog? Okay, press this box, you have it. Do you want volumetric clouds? Just select it from the drop down, you have it. Done. The only thing that I think takes a little bit of time is just making your master materials work with like the rain and snow. But even then, if you have a good master material, or you only have a couple, it should take no more than 20 minutes to get your master materials working and have receiving snow and rain effects. It's insane. Okay, what are the core things to start working on? What do we want designed for the UI right from the bat? Inventory's big. Inventory and info panels are massive. I think I could task a UI designer to just like, hey, this is it. For the next couple months, it might not even take them that long, but I want them to really think about it. Inventory, info panels, or even just the general something that can be iterated on later. I mean, especially like UX can be iterated on later. So if we have the art and we have if we want to use common UI for interface styles, which we might want to do, some of the nice thing is that if we can actually just port a lot of the UI from the prototype and just iterate on it over time. So if we need to have those info panels just working in the game, we can just copy the elements. It'll at least give us a starting point. Full vertical slice, NPC, encounter design. Three characters and the designs for all of their interactions, encounters, and stories. Not the greatest way to word it, but it's accurate. I'm not upset with that. What's my favorite game? That's hard. I have so many different genres that I enjoy that I feel like it'd be easier to tell you what my favorite games in different genres are. I don't know if I have like a favorite game overall. tough one to answer. Dragon Age Veilguard. I'm just kidding. The story, the characters. Oh. Excellent game. Thanks to you, I got a Steam Deck to get and play Octopath. Oh, nice. How do you like Steam Deck and how do you like Octopath? That soundtrack, right? That soundtrack is fucking good. Oh, it's coming in a couple of days. I'll let you know. Okay, yeah, I'd love to hear it. Which one did you buy? Because I've been thinking of getting one, probably, you know, like company expense to test our game with. Which one of these did you buy? Which kind of expense through my company? We'll have to buy one because we plan to have Steam Deck compatibility day one, so yeah, we're definitely gonna have to buy one. The OLED 512. It is nice. .90 Hz refresh, Wi-Fi 6E. Yeah, we did 12 hours of gameplay. Pretty good. Or if a Switch LCD, I have the Switch Lite. I don't hate it, but the games are really expensive. And there's something nice about knowing that I could be like, oh yeah, let me buy a Steam Deck. Oh, I don't have any games to... Oh no, wait. Never mind. We're good to go. You can play on your iPhone. Oop. Get rid of the borders. Fix that. There we go. So many games. Yeah, the humble bundles. A lot of humble bundles. So many games I've never touched. Sadly. And put spaces between each. Okay. VS3. Oop. What do we have left for Vertical Slice 3? Milestone. We want this to be our last milestone in Vertical Slice, or do we want to do 4 milestones in Vertical? Considering that after this, we should be releasing on Steam Early Access, which should not be taken lightly. You know, we could move the water swimming implementation spike up to pre-production. Which you know, I think it very much belongs up there. Especially if that's going to change our level design in any way. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Watch me do it. Nope. PP1. I think it's very likely that we will have like soft milestones where some teams might finish what they intended to do in that milestone early and either can, you know, work on iterating, testing, or can jump into doing tasks for the next milestone, which I'm okay with. You know, I intend to hire a pretty experienced team that can manage that well and communicate well. That's the hope. There's the hope. So fuck this. But I think it would be nice to have swimming in water in our vertical slice. I think that it adds a lot of gameplay, and I'd rather not have to go back and rework the entire, you know, the entire level at some point in the future just to accommodate swimming in water. Wouldn't be fun. So we can do water and post-processing shaders for the art team in VS3. They're going to need to continue on ingredient 3D. We can still use placeholder icons, that's not a big deal. And if we decide that we want to outsource those icons, then we can just have those being updated as it goes. The icons to me are a little bit less important. We can render icons from 3D models too. So if we make the 3D models, we can always render out those icons. It's doable. But I think that will... Well, hold on. For VS3, who are we bringing on board for this? Probably our tech artist. Yes. Almost absent. Combat narrative systems, we have level designer. Do we want to bring on the second level designer for this? What do I feel like our level designers could like split on? Documents in hand and Excel looking smart. Well, I would like to both look smart and be smart, but you know, one of those is arguably much easier than the other. Especially with my shitty takes about the Oblivion remaster. I did not call that one. You lack glasses. I used to have glasses. Switched to contacts a few years ago. To program. I mean, we'll have to start working on implementing spawners. Maybe this is where we could do the 2-level designers. Bring on another level designer. And we can then split up placement of creatures and enemies throughout level, different loot stuff, as well as like an overarching designer for the traversal, the verticality, the secrets. Should I have one using PC this much? Maybe. Would we even have enemy design yet, though? I mean, combat designer is going to be pretty hard in the paint on puzzles and dungeons. I don't think that's enough for them to do, though. We have the initial enemy design here. Combat and programming for that. Second biome blockout. Lootables. Hold on. Lootables. We shouldn't start blocking out the second biome until we know for sure that the first biome's blockout is exactly what we intend for the game, because having to reiterate more content later is worse than having to reiterate less content sooner. Obviously. So VS2 should probably include initial lootable placements. Which in that case we should have lootables programmed in. I mean, if we have interactions, inventory, ingredients, and alchemy here, then we'll focus on potions, lootables here, as the interaction inventory will be set up. And junk. Potions. Junk and lootables. And gold. I mean, gold's easy. One day. They did not have to make such good music for the fucking Wii. Unknowingly created like one of the greatest system soundtracks ever made. Yeah, we can throw loot placement in this one then. No, up here. I want loot placement VS2. Combat designer implement combat, or just tell the programmer what to implement? It's both. Like, we need a technical combat designer who knows how to use gas and actually get some of the data working, but then the programmer will have to help implement some systems too. So there will be, like, I think a dedicated programmer and combat designer for at least the first few milestones that are just going to work together in tandem as a very close strike team. That's the intention, at least. That's why we plan to have like 4 programmers, and that's we want to split them up in ways that make sense for the project. At least that's how I kind of see it, right? And then we can also have like somebody handling some of the narrative stuff. Dedicated systems programmer would be nice too, because we have so many systems. So what a mess. What a challenge. And then we can take this, by the way, we'll take this list and redo the budget, which should be much easier now that we have, like, once we have the milestones in place, then we just fill this out with what we want. And make sure we update the calculations. Any salary adjustments we need to do. Gotta switch it over to US dollars as well, which shouldn't be too hard to do. Or euros, maybe. Maybe I'll do euros. I might make 2 versions, because if I'm pitching to US companies, I mean, I assume that they probably see euros as well, and it's not like it's that much work to do mental math on that, but why make them do the mental math if I can just quickly change some numbers around and have it work? I can do like a drop down little list or something where you just choose up here between euros or USD and it switches it. I can do that. Fucking biome blockout. We'll need to make sure that the systems designer at some point has time to do a whole balance pass. At some point. Okay, two 3D artists. We have character artist, yes, animator, tech artist, audio designer. We'll probably have to bring the audio designer in. And start them working on audio for different things. Probably start with well, I'll worry about that when we get there. I will worry about that when we get there. Yeah, we'll have the random event and task systems at this point. Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia. Gonna need the UI designer on that. But if we need the UI designer's time, then they need to be done with what they're doing. Info panels, which I don't think will take too long, especially because we already have like basis to start with from the prototype, so I think that reworking those from a UI designer perspective should take 1 to 2 days maximum. Combat HUD and we can then form a strike team for the encyclopedia between the systems designer and the UI design. I mean, before we have that, though, before we even have inventory, maybe we should just do like a base HUD. Or do both. I don't want to work the new team members too much, though, because we have to assume that there will be some onboarding and lack of understanding of what the game is initially. In the first couple weeks. The good thing is, the real good thing is, we have a prototype. Rather than make like a whole bunch of bullshit documents and have them sit there and read and fall asleep like any reasonable person would do, just say play the prototype. Play the prototype, have a like 1 to 2 hour call with me, and I think that understanding the vision will be pretty easy to accomplish after that. And the GDD, of course. We have the GDD always if people want to see that. Why are these not lined up perfectly? They say the same thing. Oh, because wrap text was on. Doesn't need to be. That was weird. Okay. We could put the systems designer on adding content. Like, this could just be content work. Primarily with... Random events and tasks. Or, that scares me. That scares me because at a certain point we will need to have a lot of coordination for implementing these systems in mass. Or the content, sorry, the content in mass. Because we can get the basic systems working, but if, you know, if the designer wants to start implementing, you know, like 30 random events or something for the first biome, you know, we're gonna need some support for that, and that really should come down to a strike team. Have we handled ritual? I think we did handle rituals. That was previous. Wait, did we? No, we didn't. Ritual design, and I'd also like to have the Alchemist monthly design. But I'm only going to leave that up to the systems designer for now. We'll need the UI designer to do a pass on the Alchemist monthly, just for any unknowns, but I don't imagine it'll be too much of a problem. I think that's enough for the systems designer to do in that milestone. Especially because as I'm writing this, I'm starting to get a feel that some of these, you know, some of the early ones I think are like 1 or 2 months maximum, but these feel like a solid 2 months. And it depends on which month, right? Because if we're in like December or something, I'll tell you what, December is not a great month to get shit done. A lot of people take vacations. You have half the month off because of Christmas anyway, so it depends when we get funding, of course, and when these align, but this is the reality. I think the narrative team can start working on readable books and bookshelf. Which I'm going to separate. Readable box. Books, there we go. And I'm gonna put bookshelf is primarily just a programming requirement. Readable books is programming and narrative. Programmer for the implementation, and those can be done kind of simultaneously. That can be like a little bookshelf strike team. Honestly, it should be quick because we have this implemented in the prototype, so we've solved the unknowns regarding this. Let me hit up the bathroom again. I'm drinking so much Coca-Cola today. BRB. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh, okay. This is tiring. This is fucking tiring. You know what it is, though? It's good production experience. I may not be good at this, but there's only one way you get better. And I'll tell you what, it's actually pretty uncommon to be included in some of this high-level production bullshit in most companies. Just push your commit. How you doing, Simon? You know, fast way to delete all unused assets from projects so shit don't get bloated. There's two ways. Not only is, I believe, there a... Hold on, two things. New free shit, but also there is... Oh, a Spring Creator. Also a sale. Don't get distracted. There's a... There's like a cleanup utility. I know it used to exist. Oh, fuck. Where is it? There used to be a pretty good one, but you can also do the migrate method. So if you migrate your entire project to a new project, like your entire content folder, it will only migrate, or I'm sorry, no. Migrate your levels to a new project. It will migrate only the things that that level specifically calls and leave everything else behind. I could swear there was a UE5 project cleaner. This plugin is designed to detect and clean unused, and it's free, assets and empty folders in the project. So there is this for free, and it has pretty good ratings. Also, we have free stuff. We've got 1850s post office. Okay, maybe there's something I can do with that. G2 mercenaries. This, you know what this reminds me of? Red Dead Redemption, Thieves Landing. It was called Thieves Landing, right? Something like that? Gives me the same vibes. It's pretty nice though. Okay, I'm sure that I'll see these in a Kickstarter game in a matter of minutes. Somebody asking for $1 million for their cyberpunk game, and they just show these like they just put like the default animations on these characters and then say, oh my god, look how good the game looks. And a camera. Virtual camera rig. That's pretty cool. Some nice uses for that, especially for getting screenshots for promo materials or something. Good shit. And there's a sale going on. Ooh. Oh, that stylized dynamic sky and weather system is on sale too. You know, I was looking at this and I was thinking, you know what, would this be better than ultra dynamic sky for us? I gotta take a look into that. At the very least, what I could do is probably plug in some of the materials into UDS, maybe? It does look nice. Ultra volumetrics is on sale. Good stuff. Electronic nodes. How long does this run? How long does this run until? April 29th. Okay, so like 1 week. Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna take we'll take a look at this because there might be some really nice things that we could buy for this. Buy a cat? Okay, let's not get too distracted today. Water post-processing shaders, ingredient 3D, spawners, enemy creature placement, enemy creature AI, second biome blockout, loot placement in first biome. Oh wait, I had this duplicated. It's meant to be deleted. Info panels, combat HUD, encyclopedia, ritual design, alchemist monthly design, bookshelf and readable books. If we have the task system, which was done up here, then I'm going to include the reputation system as well, because that's literally like 2 hours of work. it's super easy to do. And we have 2 programmers at this point, so let's utilize them, you know? I feel like our biggest problem is just hiring people. Like, most of the time is going to be wasted on just trying to hire the right people. I kind of hate it. I mean, we have enough for the 3D, I think. And tech. Character artists need some work. We could have them focus on second biome, creature, enemy art, or design, and we could strike team the combat design. This is mostly art, but it needs the combat design input, and that's something that I think they could just work on, like have a quick call and talk about plans, and then the artist can work on concept art for that, and also think about it from a design side too, right? Just because they're an artist doesn't mean that they only need to be able to do art. They can also have a say on the design. I don't really like teams like that where people just do what they're told to do and don't try to have fun with it and make their own mark on the game. I mean, we brought the animator in on this. Did we give the animator work? No, we didn't. Hey, CV Beats. I don't think you did say it, or I missed it. How many of you have been playing the Oblivion remaster? Or you guys wait until the weekend? Am I doing? I am fine. I'm tired. My energy's drained. Like I have so much motivation. I have an intense desire. And no energy. Hey, Kitoast. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Is this pure planning doing, or is the game already in progress? Yeah, we do have I just released a trailer of our prototype a couple days ago. So right now we are working on getting that all planned from like a milestone perspective, so that when we pitch to publishers, they have a good view of what we plan to do and when we plan to do it. So this is all gameplay, by the way, too. It's very important for me to showcase the game 100% from gameplay. Roll stylized packs from the Sky Dude and Sky and Water 250 seems fine. Which ones? Bless your... I have some cringe narration over this, but I don't want to play it because I'll cringe at myself talking. Oh, the one I showed? Looks good. I appreciate that. Think of everything that you're seeing here as like placeholder and representative of what the final game, how it should play, how it should feel roughly. Then we get, we go pitch it to a publisher and some investors, we get the funding we need, hire the people, and then we can all make this from the right foundation. So of course you're making, you're collecting ingredients, you're going out in the world and making potions, exploring, but also the potions you make can be used for combat too. So we want to kind of like immerse you into that alchemist role and really give you the experience of using your potions for so many different things, solving puzzles. Yeah, UI is definitely not final. Just, hey, here's a task. You take the task, you complete the task, and we'll let the UI designer worry about how that should look later on. You can kick the beach ball around with the animals too. I had to include that. We want the game to be a bit whimsical. Even if it can get dark sometimes, especially with the story, we do want the player to have fun with the nature around them. So now that we've made this, the plan is to make the whole milestone plan, budget it out, make our feature list, and convince publishers that, hey, if you give us the money, we know what to do with it. Forgot to activate the debug sphere on the skeleton? Did I? Wait, did I? Did I test that in engine on accident? Where was that? Did I do that on accident? I thought I recorded all the footage in the shipping build, but maybe I accidentally recorded some footage in engine. Where's the Skelly boy? It was? Where'd you see that? Oh, the bitrate got murdered in some cases from YouTube. Darn said, oh, that's not a debug sphere. That's like they're enraged. I think that the potion I threw at them enraged them, and that's a little like visual effects for them being enraged, them being frenzied. Yeah. No, it's a good check. I tried my best to make sure that there wasn't any like bullshit like that. But yeah, this was 100% gameplay, which I know the publishers last year, they loved the fact that when we showed them what the game was like. Are these assets from you guys? No. But they will all be replaced. So that's the plan. As we get the funding, we hire the 3D artists, and everything we make is then bespoke. It's all unique. This is just meant to like represent the visual style that we intend to have. Publishers like to buy with their eyes, so the prettier we make the prototype look. My plan is to say if I, a systems designer with no art experience and knowledge, and my friend, a programmer with no art experience or knowledge, can make this, imagine what we can do if you give us the money. And then, you know, I'll lick their boots, I'll polish their buttholes, they give us the money, and we make the game properly. Oh yeah, dude, YouTube murdered the bitrate on that. I recorded at 50,000 for the bitrate, so the original files are looking really good, but YouTube then compresses that down, and you lose some quality. Would you actually give the publisher a rim job if he has? No. Not unless he gave me like $1 million for it. I could pay for a vertical slice with $1 million. Easily. Yeah, like all the potion effects. So when you're talking with like NPCs, you know, it's very much an RPG game. If you decide that you want to poison an NPC or give the NPC a potion that they didn't even ask for, the story might change for them based on that, right? So you're a specialist in this case, and your choice is with what you say and what you provide. Also Keck. That's the Keck rocks. What potions you provide really can change the fates of the NPCs that visit your hut. There's merchants too. You can sell and buy potions, ingredients, seeds, other. You can also buy hut expansions or find these from NPCs or out in the world. Like this is a greenhouse. It unlocks a little greenhouse where you can grow plants on your own. From any biome except the underwater biome. Little breakable bridge puzzle. Mock-up. Help you get across a poison pool. You put Ocean Man in the underwater biome? I don't know. We're gonna see what we can afford to do. Rainbow biggest selling. I love that shot. I don't know, but something about that shot with the rainbow in the background, I love, and I have to do it every time that I show off the game. It's kind of my iconic prototype screenshot at this point. We also have seasons too, although that's only shown in a separate level. But that's a big selling point of our game is the seasons and stuff, which is shown here. This is a proof of concept of the changing of seasons and how that might affect the world and the materials being used. Also the corruption mechanic. Okay, where was I? Systems designer is pretty worked. Narrative designer, we have nothing. We have readable books from the narrative, but we also need... two more full NPCs. From the narrative side. We will need to get voice acting on those two. Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, if we're doing voice act, do we want... Fuck, I didn't really think about it. We probably need a procedural... lip sync solution. And... we'll probably need to do some work on the narrative system to do like gestures, head movements. Unless narrative supports that out of the gate, which it might. Probably does. We can put it in PP2. I think there'll be more than enough time to procedural. Let's just put voice acting and gesture solution. Need to spike solutions for the narrative system. Lip syncing and gestures while talking. In which case we will want a VS4. We'll need 4 vertical slice milestones, and the 4th one is going to be cleanup, finalizing, polishing, and getting stuff like the voice acting. We'll probably want a localization solution here with some testing. Of course, you test with German because German is the most annoying, overbearing language to put on any UI. Something that in like every other language is 10 characters long, in German for some reason will be 40 characters long. Headache. Massive headache. Enemy creature animations for first biome. You might not need 4 programmers for this by the end of the game. Probably 3 could be maximum. Added a pause and main menu for your game. Oh, nice. Is it a 3D main menu? Can I interact with it? I was telling people at the start of the stream of, this is going to come out of left field for a lot of people, but a game called Porn Studio Janitor. Let's not ask questions. But I made a fun main menu where you could interact with little props on it and also turn off the lights, and then you had a black light. I'm sure you can imagine what you saw with the black light when you turned off the lights in the main menu. It was fun though, it was cool. I'm pretty proud of it. Proud of it. I know I showed it off. I don't know. I don't think I would have deleted the video. It's got to be here somewhere. No, it's something else. Okay, I found it. I'm nearly 100% sure that I will get banned if I... No, I wouldn't. I think... Okay. Does this include the audio? Hold on. Oh, it is muted. Okay. It's probably a good thing, to be honest. This one doesn't have the blacklight though. There would have been a later one. Is it? No, it's something else. Oh fuck. Oh, this is it. Okay. I found it. So what I did to make a long story short is I recorded audio from actual porn and I mixed it so that it sounds like it's coming from a different studio, because you know this is supposed to be like a porn studio, right? So it's a room that they film in, and you know it's a set, and you're preparing this set for the next filming, so you have to clean up after the set and wipe down all the stains. And well, in the adjacent sets, you have more stuff being filmed. So I took some really cheesy music, and I then took the sounds that I recorded from actual porn, and well, this is what it comes down to. If I get banned for this, I'll laugh. A little bit hard to hear. And yeah, this is the black light, so you click on the black light. Stupidest idea. I don't know. It was dumb, but I had fun making this main menu. I really had fun making it. Why didn't you pitch this to publishers? Because how do you market a game like this? You can't show it anywhere. It can only be done via viral marketing, and that's doable. But we didn't want that to be the first game that our studio made because it might set the wrong impression of what our studio was meant to be. It's not a bad idea. It just needs to be done right, and we didn't feel confident that we could do it right at that time. But it was fun. It was silly. So the alchemy potion based game was the second best idea. I had the idea for Cauldron Chronicles before that, but we thought that it was too big, so we did some other things. But then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Go big or go home. The problem is that I couldn't work at home very well because I was too distracted and I didn't get work done very fast, so I started streaming and it was much better. I can actually focus. Even the times where I sometimes get distracted, I'm just way more motivated, happy, and consistent with streaming. Anything worth pursuing is hard, otherwise it becomes common. It's true. I mean, it's not that I couldn't work on smaller games and then eventually push that into Cauldron Chronicles, sure. But I would not learn as much, honestly, as I am now, by challenging myself to the maximum degree. Hey, Sean. You have a marathon reveal runner badge. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, enemy creatures, animations, first biome. What do we need for first biome? We have the audio designer at this point, so let's start with... ambient audio pass. Initial interface audio. Enemy creature audio. Moving to Toronto next week. Oh, damn. Why are you doing that? From Ireland. Holy shit, dude. Always wanted to live there since you were a kid. That's the only reason? This is one of the songs that actually influenced the main theme of Cauldron Chronicles. I love the emotions and vibe behind this song. I like the city too. Well, that's pretty cool. It's pretty exciting. I experienced NA for a few years. Is it bad to use AI pictures in a game specifically? It can be. Are you planning to release the game or just work on pre-production? Like, is it placeholder or are you planning to use it like permanently? The Oblivion remaster used AI pictures? Did it? No. I mean, pre-production's fine. Why did you get a grant? No. We're not going to apply for a grant yet. I have a very specific time where I want to apply for that. It's getting closer. I'll put it that way. It's getting closer. I doubt that this was AI. It probably was just somebody that mistyped it. Well, saying Virtuous uses AI for art, that doesn't mean that they use AI for this. Someone confirmed it's AI? I mean, there's no confirmation that it's AI. I literally just think it's somebody that mistyped it. I don't think it's anything too crazy. Gonna go for Mega Grant? Yeah, we will be trying for Mega Grant. That's the hope. Is AI upscaling from the original map? I don't think upscaling would have resulted in a mistake like this. Especially with the finer details remaining in other parts of this. I think this is actually just somebody made a mistake. You wouldn't want to upscale text anyway, you would want to use the original font. Unless this was hand illustrated, which it might have been, but I bet they used a font. Because it wouldn't upscale very well. They could have upscaled the original map, but nah. This is the non-issue. And I don't think it's AI. I mean, Mega Grants for Fortnite maps. We want to ask for as much money as possible, but if we ask for a lot of money, like $500,000 to $1 million from Epic Mega Grants, which is probably our goal, then we need to have a really solid milestone plan. But we're going to try it. Are we missing anything from here? Day, night, weather, alchemy should be done. Inventory should be done. Encyclopedia should be started. Corruption, creatures, monsters, dungeons, puzzles, art events, task system, potion combat, rituals, knowledge system. Alchemist Monthly. We're still missing hut upgrades. But I'm going to put those in VS4. So much to show though? Well, I hope so. Go through 222 bots if you definitely this alone. We'll see. I think there's still some things that we could shore up to make the game look a bit better. Okay. Something just feels like it's missing here, but maybe I'm going crazy. Gradient icons. Some of this stuff will be outsourced. Also like the initial soundtrack is sound, but that's going to be outsourced. You know, the further we get in this, the more murky it becomes. But as long as we can get through vertical slice, I'll be happy. And give a rough overview of what the milestones for early access will actually like include. Voiceovers for NPCs. Just watched the trailer posted 2 days ago and it came so far. I remember when it was just cubes with names. I mean, there are still cubes with names, to be fair. There are still cubes with names. But yeah, it did, especially just in 1 year it came so far. I made a separate video on like around the end of the year, so like a few months ago. I don't know where I put this though. It either might have been here or might have been separate. All the ingredients? Well, not all the ingredients, because we're only gonna have a few biomes. I don't remember where I put it. It's lost. Lost in the shuffle. Tutorial will have to be done probably VS4. We'll make a tutorial strike team, to be honest. I think Venue, you're averaging like 3 viewers. I frankly vaguely remember you being around for the what was the driving game from Ironwood Studios? Pacific Drive. That was a long time ago. It's tempting to hire a UX designer. I think we should. I think it'd be kind of stupid not to, especially with how much UX is needed in our game. First, chat was asking what engine I should start with. Ironically, wouldn't have this job if you didn't tell me to try UE blueprints. I thought you were already trying blueprints. You're making me blush, though. Fine, you can fuck me, okay? You wanted a kiss, just say so. Pro strike team. Anomalies.
Mr. President, wake up.
Thanks for that. Second biome 3D art. We never do a first biome creature enemy design. You joined, we're on Unity, and Bro spoke with you about what's easier and told me to try blueprints. 1 year later, a full job in UEFN. Hey, gotta start somewhere. You learn fast. You got lucky. Consider yourself lucky. You got lucky. Hold on to it. Make the most of it. The second biome ingredient list somewhere. Ritual. We'll know what biomes we want. We just need to like sit down and make the ingredient design for the second biome. I have a strong feeling though the encyclopedia Rituals and Alchemist Monthly might take up a lot of the systems designer's time here in VS3. Oh. UEFN engine is very bad. Is it? I don't know anything about the about UEFN. Or Roblox, to be honest. We need it up here. second biome ingredient list. I'll probably have to help out a little bit with that. That's fine. I won't have a lot of time, but I'll have a little bit of time. I'll add it up to PP2. Well, we have initial like enemy design. I'll change it to first biome enemy design. Right, because all code you write is usually using some sort of device. They have a Fortnite digest, and you must use that digest and their functions in the digest. You can't really have any freedom. We can't even change UI font size. Huh. Limited memory too, so you don't have freedom there. TPS sucks. Delays on UMG diverse. Delays on scene graph. I could go on and on. Are you getting paid well? I mean, maybe you could leverage this into a, you know, an actual, like, game job, right? Or are you waiting until I put up job advertisements? Don't answer that. This should be final. We should be finalizing things here. I want to finalize things here. That tutorial is important. And if we don't do the tutorial, fuck. I'm moving this up. Fuck off. Paid pretty good. No, Loser Fruit wants to get some into more UGC platforms like Roblox, and also have a big opportunity coming up in May. Make $3,400 a month. That will likely go up soon. Yeah, it's pretty fucking good. I'm actually working some actual games with her. She's super into the whole game dev stuff, so I think even if Fortnite dies, UGC wise, I'll be brought on somewhere else. Gotta be making some pretty good money if she can afford that. $5.5 million followers is wild. Pretty crazy. She's got a big enough audience that if she actually got into game dev, there'd be a possibility there. Big enough audience to jump onto it. Could get a good publishing deal. Shit, if she has that much money, she could even self-publish. If she ever gets any good, I don't know how much you talk to her, Sean, but if she ever gets any good ideas, I'm open for consulting. I can give rough budget breakdowns and how many team members might be needed for something. My fees are cheap too. I'm in Poland, so. Mainly talk with management. You can't talk to the lady, sir. Nope. They're like gatekeeping you. I have 50 and Fortnite for Fortnite followers. That's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of leverage you can have with that. VS5 should be the cleanup. Oop. Got timelines? No, I'm going to be estimating those after we get them, all the stuff made. But I'm thinking that 1 to 2 month milestones. I think the pre-production ones can be a little bit shorter. At least PP1 probably can be 1 month. PP2... I think we can do it in 1 month. I'd like to have this done as soon as possible, because I think that we could probably convince a publisher to get us funding, at least for this, to help solve some of the unknowns. Especially if they also agree with me that right now combat in our game is lacking a good vision, and we don't have the proper high-level design for how a biome should look and feel and work. So there's just some things that we need to finalize that I can't finalize really alone. But it's very cheap to do this. It's very, very cheap from a publisher side for us to finish this up. We're going to see exactly how cheap in a little bit. Hey, Mark. The vertical is significantly more expensive, but of course that would, you know, we launch on early access then, right? So they can start recuperating some of that money. Which also means that our initial ask is not going to be as bad, because they don't have to front up all the money and not see any recuperation until, you know, 3 years down the line. This is likely going to be 1 year. Look at DMs don't leak. I send you all my luck. Well, not all of it. I need... Okay, I can't share any of my luck right now, to be honest. You can get an NFT for my luck, so you don't actually get the luck. But you get to say that you have it. And that's fair. Keep the luck for the Mega Grant, yeah. Admittedly, I do need the luck right now. We'll share NFTs of each other's luck. That way we can say that we have it, but we don't actually have it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Exciting stuff coming up. That's for sure. This was removed. What did we want to replace? We wanted to replace with... full content pass on both biomes. That's not granular enough. It's not granular enough. Ingredients should be done. We'll do balance pass in VS5. Random event implementation can be between the systems design. Ingredient icons are likely going to be outsourced. Should be between the art and programming teams. Strike team that. Should, like, honestly just be the same thing here. We'll put ingredient icons, potion icons, junk icons, and task icon. We have a lot of icons. Let me do random events. I love get random mid. It's great and totally random. System time has entered the chat. Honestly, I think using system time for pseudo random generation is a pretty brilliant move. Whoever came up with that idea. Yeah, we'll likely outsource all this. All the icons. I mean, the initial soundtrack too, to be fair. Probably have the narrative designer be the voice director. Or the voiceovers. Somebody will have to do it. I mean, I can always sit in with the narrative designer on that too, but it's not necessary. Irish wandering trader. Hey, I'm very much open to people doing voiceovers, but we'll need somebody to voiceovers is gonna be big. VOs will need mastering and directing. I do know somebody I can call on to do the voice direction, although that would cost us money. Mastering, though, the sound designer could do. Voiceovers, yeah, for NPCs. I know I'm missing something stupid. I'll need Kotspur to take a look at this when he gets some time. You get tunnel vision, you know? You miss like, oh, we needed that really obvious thing that I didn't include anywhere. Duh. Were you hoping to release? I assume like 26 or 27? Well, the initial early access release would likely be, assuming we get funding, let's say this summer, then next year, Q3, Q4. For the initial early access release. After that, we probably will want to remain in early access for 1 to 2 years, probably no more than 1 year. Well, I don't mind spending the amount of time that we need. Early access to me is a stage. It's not a blueprint. So if people, you know, want more content, they want to continue that expansion, we'll just keep working on it. I don't want to set up like a hard only 1 year in early access. I'd be like, well, if it takes us 3 months to make a content update and we plan to have this many pieces in it, then we will just be in early access for this many months. Simple as that. Yeah, more important that like the content itself is good than that we prescribe a specific expiration date to the early access, right? That'll be up to the publisher too. They might say like, hey, we like this, we want some more content before we go to early access, in which case, you know, we'll expand it further. As long as they like the general idea, they're not a bunch of assholes, I think that we can just work together and figure out exactly what needs to be done. And if they believe in our PPU and our lifetime units, then I don't think that they'll have too much of a problem. We have day-night, we'll have weather, we'll have ingredients, we'll have alchemy, have NPCs, have voiceovers, icons. CC for Goaty. I would love it. That's my goal. Long-term goal. Win a Goaty award for a game that I've directed. Or been like lead designer on or something, right? This is a very heavy milestone. I don't want to overload it. It's very, very heavy. I need to load up the game. Imagine that, like, winning Goaty would be a dream. It really would be. It would be a huge boost for the team in like every way possible. And I really would just want to build that long-term team that, you know, may not be the greatest at the start. We may not know each other perfectly at the start, things like that, but then we just help each other get better and better at a very fast rate. Should be a destination company, not a stepping stone company. I want to see what UI elements that I'm kind of like not thinking about. Anyone planning to play Claire Obscure 33, Expedition 33 this week? It's coming out tomorrow. You're 50% of chat. You know, I've met some really awesome people here in chat. I mean, some of you are already here. It's not impossible that we could all work on a game together. But I feel like a lot of us are working on our own thing. No matter visa thing? What do you mean no matter visa? We want to fishing or farming yet. Those can wait. in all fairness, we would be looking for people with like senior to lead level of experience in most cases. So I don't want to dissuade people. If we become successful, I'm sure, you know, there'll be plenty of openings in the future, of course. But there's like a degree of inherent production, the way pipelines work, that has to be, it has to be there before you join. People with like, you know, 5 to 10 years of experience minimum at least worked on like 1 or 2 games that are commercial. One year experience in Fortnite. Hey, that's not nothing. Not nothing. 1 year is more experience than I'm gonna be honest, most aspiring developers have. Sadly, and you know, I wish everybody could have experience, but tough industry. Like Raptor Chat Studio. I mean, if we don't get funding, like, you know, we can just put Cauldron Chronicles on the back burner and work on something else. It'd be kind of fun too. I mean, look, take a look at Last Epoch. Like we've said before, Last Epoch was a bunch of people on Reddit who came together and started their own studio and were making an ARPG from scratch. And they made a pretty damn good ARPG. Sitting at 88%. So it's not impossible. Vibe code. All self-taught. Well, I don't care about degrees. I don't care. If you include, if anybody ever sends their application to me, in most cases, any degrees or formal education you have is really irrelevant. I will skip it in many cases. Like, okay, you went to school, great. What'd you make? Where's your portfolio? What's vibe code? Oh boy. I think most game studios don't give a shit about degrees. No, they don't. They really don't. Not unless it's like super important to the job. But if you're like a programmer and you show me, oh, I have a computer science degree, where's your code? Where are the games you've worked on? Show me scripts, functions. Just rubs me the wrong way. Base HUD inventory. Info panels, combat HUD. Systems, narrative. Nothing for the character artist to do here. My game until you hire and send my UE5 file in. Hey. It shows a lot more passion. I mean, I do hire for values and passion too, so I will say that I will have very, very strict recruitment methods for people who don't meet our values. I need people who understand transparency, ethical, actions with community, who don't believe in NFTs, blockchain, loot boxes, microtransactions, all that bullshit. Which I know that you guys aren't, but just a reiteration. And I do read cover letters. If you don't include one, honestly, I probably won't consider somebody for a job, so. I think whatever form we use, I'll just say it's non-optional. You must include a cover letter. And if I get a whiff of ChatGPT, you're gone. Ooh, relevant music. Biggest AI hater. Show me one game that has been financially successful with usage of AI. Like generative AI. Or large language models replacing NPCs. None? What I thought. The cover ends with, "Is that something you are interested in? That person is not getting hired." Honestly, what I want from somebody's cover letter is just passion. I want to see their journey throughout game development and where they intend to go. Because that should be your motivation. And as long as you're motivated and you can learn reasonably well, then I think that you'll have a strong career ahead of you. But if you don't show passion, then I know that you're motivated probably only by money, in which case you're not really caring about the end user experience because you might not consider yourself a gamer, right? Or you might not really care. I have no use for somebody like that. I don't care how good you might work. If your first thought isn't how can I come into work today and make the game better for the player, then why would I hire you? I feel scared to put anything else here. Right now I feel like this might already be a bit bloated. But we could always say this is, this is our 3-month milestone as opposed to the others that are 2 months. We need to take extra time. It is what it is. If like animator runs out of work, then we can just say, okay, work on some new animations for creatures in the next milestone. What's a strike team? It's a small team of people who are focused on doing like one specific thing, and that's the only thing that they focus on, and they work in close proximity, in terms of like communications and what they're doing. So rather than like, hey, the entire art team is focused, no, it's you, and you are working on this feature. Go do it, producer, oversee it, get it done. Are they passionate about making a game they're not a stakeholder of? Well, I mean, they're getting paid to make the game. I think it's a little bit false equivalency here. Most passionate people in game dev are very much attached to the games that they're working on, and they want to have a big part in that, and how it is built. Money? I don't want to hire people that money is their motivator. Money's a reward, it's an incentive. Can't expect your employees to be SpongeBob. I know that people like me exist. I just have to find those people. There are people that are like me in chat right now. That when I say this is how I want to build the team and this is how I want people to act on the team, they feel as if they are that person. So these people do exist. Money's required for existing, yeah. Yeah. We're going to pay people well. I promise you that. But we need people that are passionate, because money's not a replacement for passion. And people don't come in and say, how much money am I making today, therefore how much should I care about the game? Hey, Insight. Hope you're having a good morning. I need help finding inspiration for a name for my game. Where should I look? Dude, I'm bad at thinking of names. I am horrendous thinking of names for games. Yeah, VS4 is a little bit red flaggy to me, but I think we'll know better what VS4 should look like once we have the lead artist on board, and once we're a little bit closer. You work on maps, you want them to do well, it happens subconsciously. I don't get paid more, I don't get paid less. Yeah, you've got that passion for it. It's like, you know you're getting paid. What you just want is for your work to be enjoyed, right? You want people to like it, because that makes you feel good, and it you know, it helps your boss and your studio, your team look better, and everybody wins in the end. Everybody wins in the end. And all it requires you to do is to come in and actually care and give a shit about your work. Which, yeah, sadly a lot of people don't have. Ambition and passion are big. Ambition and passion can take you a very long way in the industry if you just persevere. Girlfriend kills passion for game dev sometimes. I've stopped mentioning projects to her. Your girlfriend kills your passion for game dev? Why? What were we talking about before I got here? Passion in game dev. That's not a good sign if your girlfriend is killing your passion. God, fix and update your girlfriend. Yeah, girlfriend patch notes. You're right, I'll make some patch notes for girlfriends. Fixed bug where I'm fine still meant you should obviously know what's wrong. Clarity added to emotional status indicators. Resolved issue where she'd ask, what do you want to eat? Then veto every suggestion. Addressed memory leak causing her to forget I said I love you 5 minutes ago. Random jealousy over fictional characters event now has a cooldown period. These are actually pretty fucking funny. Added a tooltip when she says nothing's wrong, now reads danger boss fight approaching. Tell me about your day now supports uninterrupted ramble mode with 2x empathy buff. Improved facial expression decoding, now 60% more readable except during mystery mood debuff. Bonus XP granted for remembering small details like favorite snacks at her cousin's dog's birthday. I like how fucking random that is. Known issues, occasionally tries to carry all the groceries in one trip to assert independence. Pretty funny. Pretty good stuff. Then Uni, she's a 3D model and animations. She wants to help with my projects, but then doesn't do anything. So what's her motivation? Does she have motivation? She clearly has desire. Does she have motivation? Zero motivation, well. Not only is that pretty common in game dev, but I see that pretty often in women. Depression or something, you know? Imposter syndrome. Vulnerabilities in general. Okay, VS5. This is cleanup and preparation for next... for like... the early access milestones. Localization. I mean, VS5 is kind of just in general polishing. It's hard to say. It's like every team is involved in finalizing this all up. Adding any missing content. This is something that publishers will be like, yeah, we get it. Polishing phase. How do you describe polishing phase? How do you describe the content that you need to do when you don't know what you need to do that's left? But we can include preparations for the next biome. Some of this, we will have to sit on some initial feedback and make changes. So the first early access updates should focus primarily on improving and fixing bugs in what we have, while design teams work on designing what the rest of the game should look like. That's kind of loud. There we go. Notice she has no motivation for anything, which is why I try to get her to do something, but she doesn't even stick to the first task for more than 5 minutes. I can empathize. I can sympathize and I can empathize. Frustration gets so bad when I'm in call with people with 10 years of game dev experience. I'm just sat there like, with 1 year experience, the shittiest engine. I feel you too, Sean. I had the same problems when I was pretty new to game dev. I would still feel it. Like if Tim Kaine called me up, I don't know what I would say. I'd be afraid of saying anything because I'd be like, everything I say is probably retarded. Be like, wrong. Wrong. Bad design. Yes, Daddy Tim. Help me. Third biome level design, third biome ingredient design, third biome creature enemy design. Help me, help me. First EA content update NPC design. Hey, if we can get this far, then it's just content that's primarily left with a few systems. Man, that would be the dream. Should include first two biomes heavily. That way we can also jump into third biome concepting for art. Bug fixing, testing. Add an all team in. In the habit of optimizing code. Don't over optimize. Some code can be pretty unoptimized. I know it sounds weird, but we had a reaction to Tim Kaine about this too, where if you have some unoptimized code running when the game is paused, oh no. A little bit of a delay, a little bit of a hitch when the game is paused. Oh, what would the player do? Well, lines doesn't always mean that the code is unoptimized. More lines doesn't mean unoptimized in some cases. But you would know better, right? I'm not trying to speak for you. Wise man. Dude, don't look at me for mentoring about code. That's a mistake right there, sir. Promise you it will not end well. I know what I know what I don't know, and sometimes the things that I think I know are things that I actually don't know. Are animations difficult? Not to an animator, probably. I think most things in game dev are a challenge. Just you either have more experience dealing with that challenge or you don't. Most people, I think that's everybody. I think literally every single person. I won't beat around the bush. I don't know very much about programming, and I certainly know a lot less than about art. Design, though, I'm okay with. Production, I'm learning more. You can't be a master of everything. That's 1 out of a million people, right? The people that can make a game like Balatro, Stardew Valley, and do most of those things themselves. I think it's good to try to be that person, but in most cases, you're probably not going to be that person. I remember one of the original games you wanted to make, Sean, was like kind of like a Buckshot Roulette inspired game, right? I feel like at this point, with how much you've gained, you could easily make something like that and handle at least all of the systems yourself. You're a lot more prepared. Plus, it kind of helps anchor where you try something, you fail, or you get too stuck. You go somewhere else to learn and incubate, and then you come back and you make that thing. You're going to feel really good if you do that. Am I missing anything in VS5? VS5 to me is just mostly preparation for early access and polishing off what we have. Fishing design farm. What else? What else am I missing? What else do we not include? We should have already done swimming in water, initial thoughts. Merchants, I guess, but I don't know if merchants is important to do right then and there. The portable alchemy kit becomes more necessary as we add more biomes, so I think that like later on that's way more crucial to have. We can do like merchants and portable alchemy kit in one of the later EA updates. I think if we tried game dev in Unity, I would excel because of what I've learned in past year. Has UFN put you off of Unreal that much? Good, try to be good. Chutake, good question. Yeah, I think fixing bugs in live build and responding to concerns and issues is really just like priority number one. And I almost want to keep that separate from the rest just to emphasize how important I think that is for us. And then just jump into EA2 as our second actual deliverable. Call me crazy. But I feel like these will take longer. Which is fine. If we already have the pipelines down, which is kind of what we intend to do. And what I should add is finalize all pipelines. We're gonna drop this shit out of this like some... We're gonna drop this early access like somebody drops acid. And we're just gonna prepare for actual early access. Do you believe that this is Roblox? No, I wouldn't. Dev is 15? Fucking keep it up. Oh, he's twitching around like he's 15. Jesus Christ. Five Nights at Freddy Fortnite 720 no scope shooter over here. I really hate what games like that have done to the multiplayer scene at this point. We were back in like the old days when you would play like a multiplayer shooter and it was just about like you and some like you were like 16 and you were playing with like some guy who was 28 and you thought he was like some crazy awesome adult. You guys were bitching about who should defend the objective in Battlefield, and really it came down to good teamwork and the best communication that you could handle. I miss those days. Or joining COD lobbies and you have, you know, the 8-year-old screaming, somebody playing Arabic music into their microphone, somebody who is chewing really loudly, and another person just yelling obscenities or vulgarities. And two people bickering and making mom jokes and saying the N-word, you know. There's something about this timeline that really worked. Oh, that's... Did I miss anyone? I'm sure I missed a couple of stereotypes here, right? But it was something special, you know? Now you can play Skibidi Toilet Ohio Tycoon that makes 500k a month through UGC. Dude, fuck off. Worst timeline ever. I kind of hate to say it, I just want to like deliver third biome. I don't know how many bombs we intend to have. I mean, some of that can just depend on scale of what the game should be. Probably no more than 8. This is all just guesswork at this point. This is all just guesswork. Because we don't know the pipelines yet. You know, that's what the vertical slice is going to tell us. So this is all just kind of, how do we see, what do we see being in an early access update? Like, what's the reason we're going to early access, and what do we see releasing every early access update to keep that drip feed of content coming? And I feel like a new biome is easy. New rituals. New enemies. Merchants. The 3 new NPCs. You're old screaming. Give me a sec, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Sorry, small bladder. Actually a woman. Smells like farts in you. Wonder who is responsible for that. Yeah, I fart a lot. All the sulfur in my diet. What can I do, you know? Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, I just concepting the idea of what our early access updates might look like. That's fine. I feel like we can do more than 3 NPCs. If this is kind of meant to take like 3 months. Question for you guys in chat. Question for you guys in chat. If a game like Cauldron Chronicles existed, would you be okay with a major update once every 3 months? Or would you want more frequent updates? If you knew that you were coming back once every 3 months to play with an entire new biome, like new creatures, new enemies, a new dungeon, more rituals, more depth, and like 3 to 5 new NPCs. So we're looking at, I don't know, like 20 hours more of content, probably total, to experience it all. No minor updates. I don't know what we could do for minor updates. I mean, we could release some of this separately, I guess. But some of the stuff is just like I have to release it new, or I have to release it all as one, because the new rituals are meant to go with the new biome. The new enemies are meant to go with the new biome. It could be staggered, but it kind of just seems like it would all be better dealt with one. That's some minor content. I kind of agree with that. I agree. If our pipelines are good, do I feel like we could get this down to 2 months? I don't know. With voice acting, localization. Can 2 level designers make an entire biome in 2 months? Blackout, sure. Can the art team then actually make all of the unique assets for that? Kind of depends on how it performs in funding. If it goes great, you might be able to hire more people and pump faster updates. Maybe. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess we just need to show publishers here is like, what do we want to be in the content? Like, how do we see this existing from early access to release? And if there needs to be some changes, you know, if this is like a year after funding, we'd be able to work on this. So I think I just continue the way that I'm doing it now, and if that plan changes or we need to sprinkle in smaller bits of content, we do have things we could put in. We do have things we could put in. Yeah, it's not impossible. It just made me yawn. You bitch. You stupid chatter. I saw a funny meme the other day. It just said, Permission to call the jury chat, Your Honor. That made me chuckle. Chat, look. That's all it said. There was like no image, it was just that text. And I was like, okay, that's pretty good. It's pretty funny. Oops, I just bit my cheek. Fuck me. Then it creates a bloodlust. Hate that. You guys ever do that? I feel like the insides of my cheeks is just scars. A different way. Ads are annoying. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. If I could turn off all the ads in this channel, I would do it in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, Twitch hates you guys and doesn't let me turn off pre-rolls. So if ad block, YouTube is taken to manually disable your ad blocks, you're forced to see ads mid-video. In other words, excited for other scrolls for. I have a, if you have a little bit of money, 100% recommend dropping it on a Raspberry Pi. Which I think you can even just get like a Raspberry Pi 4. It doesn't need to be a super crazy good one. You can get one of these for like, what is this? 80 bucks. You can get like a full kit. And then you run Pi-hole, which is network-wide ad blocking, even on your like phones and such. And it works really well. So that way, even on my phone, when I click those stupid websites to look at Mimi News, I don't get any ads on those. Pretty nice. But yeah, Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remake has been a remaster. Honestly, very good. I was wrong. I was wrong about everything regarding it. Props to Virtuos. How it work for YouTube app? YouTube app, you have to, there is a way. You can use what's called Revanced. I think that's what it's called. If you use this, this will allow you to install YouTube that has complete ad blocking. And it supports some other applications too. Twitch, Spotify, Facebook, some Adobe shit. They're very, it's very nice. And it's pretty easy to install. See, some of the visuals of the game looks like a pirate because no money. That's fair. I mean, it's another $60. I think that it's kind of worth it for what it is, but I also do not have the money, so. Welcome to the crew. Matey. Totally broke. As I said, welcome to the crew, matey. I don't have money to spend on that shit. One day, hopefully. I think doing merchants and fishing and farming is going to be too much. I think I'm fine just doing fishing and farming. Is there anything apart from like new rituals too that we want to include in each update? I mean, I can just include things there just to showcase all of what will be included along with one of these. So like new tasks. I definitely think our game will have some, I won't say live service elements, but I think that it will benefit from being updated with those small things. So if like we do have like a small new ritual to add, because rituals are on the whole really easy, really cheap to do behind the scenes, and you just make a new build with that, right? So I think there will be smaller updates, but there'll be like unplanned updates, like, hey, we can release this right now, right? Yeah, let's go get localization for it and we can have it out by the end of the week. Easy game. But I think I'll hire another writer and we'll aim for 5 new NPCs per update. That'd be too much. 5 is a lot. 5 is a lot. That could be, you know, 25, 30 encounters. For 2 to 3 people to write. Yeah, I'll stick with 3. We'll do that. So I will be honest, my expectation is that a publisher will look at this and say, wow, it's quite well thought out. My fear is that they'll say this is not well thought out at all. I don't know, it could go either way. Maybe I suck doo-doo. Will they read it all? They'll probably read... They'll read the milestone plan pretty clearly. I mean, they'll take a look and they'll say like, okay, yeah, this looks pretty good. I mean, they'll be able to piece a lot of this together. They'll know if I'm bullshitting or not, and you know I'm not bullshitting. It might not be perfect, but I'm not bullshitting. My hope is that they'll see that, and they'll get this far and say, well, you know, we don't know how early access looks because we haven't finished vertical slice, so this might change. This is just like a, here's how we see it working. It might work completely different. But yeah, they'll scan this and they'll want that along with the budget, right? So that's what I'm expecting. And we'll fix this up after we have this done. If we have time. Merchants. I want to release something else. Merchants and maybe like character customization could be nice. I'm kind of running out of systems to add though. See, what I'll do is I'll do portable alchemy kit here. And we'll do merchants here alone. And we'll try to go all out with that, so 5 new NPCs, ending slides, and that'll be the full release. What are estimates for these then? I'll put it over in column A. I think that this for pre-production, PP1 is 1 month. I think that PP2 is 2 months. I'll sum it down here too. BS1 is realistically 2 months. VS2, this was a bit bigger, right? But it was mostly just fatter. Gorlock the Destroyer of Vertical Slice milestones. 4 was really, really beefy. That's definitely going to be the 3-month one. We missed the Alchemist monthly. What are we at? 16? 16 for ending pre-production and vertical. That's fair. That's kind of fair, I think. .5. I see this as like 2-week little mini sprints for fixing up stuff. I mean, it does include some initial work on the 6th biome, but then we're planning to spend 3 on each of these to be safe, which ends up being about 32 or 30 dev months. 30 dev months. 2.5 years? Yeah, I can see it. I think it'll end up stretching to 3, to be realistic. Mainly for this last, I'm only gonna put 4 on this last one just because this is like our full release. This will have a significantly higher threshold of player expectation than anything in early access. You can have a halfway decent early access, you fully release, and if you don't really fix a lot from that, your user score is gonna plummet like crazy. Even if you add new content, certain things are expected to be fixed before release. People will not rate your game badly, but if you fully release and you don't fix those things, bad reviews come in. So spending more time at the end of the project to help finalize that and get out of early access is 100% the right move. And then in that case, I think I'll prescribe 3 months to the final. We'll do 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 all the way down for milestones, so 1 quarter per milestone. A lot of EA just depends on our pipeline. It's possible that doing this might not take more than 2 months, but I don't want to assume that. Although I know that they're not going to like that 0.5 months and then 3 months because it kind of fucks with the schedule a little bit. But that can be modified.
Mr. President, wake up.
Shut up, Joe. How you doing, Hilden? How's everybody doing today? Hope you guys are doing something more interesting than budgeting. Making up a milestone plan. Ugh. Shitty work. God, I miss being an engine. I miss just working on a new feature. That's fun. I can do that fast. Rituals, would love to work on them. Just got home with some coffee. Nice. Let's get some descriptions on these. Concept, at least 10 biomes. We'll be picking 6 for release. Full document outlining how combat should look and feel. Design document outlining how biomes are structured from an LD perspective, and methodologies that will be used to make them fun and modular. I swear, you know, some of this is really good for me because I feel like there might be some publishers that are worried that I've used AI to generate any of this. Thank God I can just show them the YouTube video. Like, no, look, there's me sitting there for 7 hours working on it. Don't click that part. I was talking about porn studio janitor. Let's get past that. It's okay, it must be. Well, I hope it's not that this looks really bad. You must have generated it with AI. I think I would probably cry if they said that. Like, you know what? Thank you for your time, Mr. Publisher. I guess I'm just gonna go now. Take off your skin. It's similar issue in the school teacher were watching for some edit timestamps in the online version? Oh shit. I get the feeling though that kids nowadays are so shitty with being able to write and read properly that it's actually going to become really easy to tell if they use ChatGPT or not because if it looks too good for a student, definitely ChatGPT. What were the statistics that we found? Like 25%. This was back in 2014, I believe. 25% of high school students in the US were literate at their grade level, or could like write at their grade level. I forget which one it was. And that wasn't 25% illiterate. That was 25% literate. Big poo-poo brain. That's what Skibidi Toilet and Coco Melon does to your brain. Alchemy table and when processed. Maybe I've had it. I'm still in contact with my uni lecturers or teachers last year. Half my second year course was wiped because they used AI for their work. Oof. You know, by the way, that like we're all like 20s to 30s, right? Roughly. We will be taken care of by the AI generation. The younger doctors that we see are the ones that might have passed their courses because of AI. It is scary to think about. Or God forbid, it's like some, you know, US university that was like participating in discriminatory hiring, and now you have somebody who you don't even know if they passed with the grade level that was supposed to be, or they got into the university with the grade level that they were supposed to have. Scary shit. About 60 years of runaway to code robots, and I had to take care of us before that happens. Just give me my robot waifu. Sounds very boomery. Like my school days, I copied other English article, pushed it through Google Translate to finish, manually fixed all translation errors and grammar, placed repetitive terms in text with a synonym dictionary word. Damn. More than me. I just didn't do the work. If they gave me homework and I didn't want to do it, I just didn't do it. Now you might have you might have figured out finally why I didn't get my high school diploma. That would be why. That's one reason. Important to have exactly right. Never did homework. Yeah, I don't know. I did homework that I liked. Like if I liked the class and I liked the teacher, I would do the homework. If I didn't want to do it, I didn't do it. So, you know, like I remember I was in like a remedial math course. I used to be like 2 years advanced in math, and then I fell behind because of shitty teachers. And I had to take a remedial math course. That teacher was amazing. So good at teaching. And it was just really nice. It was really nice and very forgiving to people who were trying to learn. And I did all his homework, and I had a good grade in math class with him. And that's, you know, that was coming after failing the previous math class because the teacher was really bad and actually kind of mean as a teacher. One teacher for 3 years who basically failed me with him. He was awful. Dude, I feel like bad teachers have more of an impact on children growing up with some like educational problems than anything else. Maybe it's a mix. Maybe it's like bad teachers and bad parents. collectively just ruin children. Maybe Michael Jackson. Or Diddy. Effects implementation. All effects from the data side should be implemented, not visuals. Do we include the combat? You know what? Well, we should outsource that. I'm missing combat visuals. Ugh. Diddy MJ did nothing to those children he used to share a room with. Hope not. We can outsource a lot of the combat VFX. I don't know if we would need an in-house VFX artist. I mean, I think that the moment we start pre-production 1, we'll know for sure. Only 5 are artists. We will have a lot of VFX to do. We could err on the side of caution. We might err on the side of... I mean, we're going to have quite a lot. Not only just with combat, but also with alchemy, with... I mean, combat's big. Maybe a full-time VFX artist. You know what? We'll include it. I'm gonna err on the side of caution there. I think we'll have a pretty long-term need for a VFX artist. And I think the lead artist is already gonna have a lot of overhead. Hey, Midron, did you finish Oblivion already, or did you need to download more RAM? No, I got 64 gigabytes of RAM, so no worries about that. But I did play up until you leave the sewers, and I was wrong. Game is good. Virtuos did a great job. And I hope that they've set a precedence and a pipeline for remastering old games in the same way, because it works, and it works well. Hey, Zach. Reached a tumultuous milestone in my life. I have now owned more smartphones than dumb phones. The future is now... Hey, what about my Nokia flip phone, huh? Look at this shit. Ooh. Huge. What a world. Pretty fancy if you had the time on the outside of the phone. That'd be crazy. Big dick phone right there. It's a weird way to spell battering ram. Smart man. PC doesn't meet the minimum specs and it's been a pain trying to play it. Oof. Yeah, it is not... I don't know. I know it says 32 gigabytes of RAM needed, but I didn't really see it taking up more than, you know, like 8. But maybe there's just like, I don't know, some really horrible place where it takes up a lot, maybe in like the Imperial City or something, or some of the other towns. I don't really know. For the horse armor, that's a good point. You're a smart man. Get yelled at by Windows Pop that I don't have enough physical cores. Oof. Is this everyone we would want? Do we think we can get away with 2 programmers? What do we really have for the programming team outside of that? We'll see. Programmers are easy to get. They're fast and easy to find. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That doesn't include the VF. I'm missing somebody. Who am I missing? Oh, the 2D artist. I think we can outsource most of it, but again, that's going to be something that the lead artist is going to come up with, so. I was making think of that Silicon Valley scene where they say they need all these people. There's a lot of bloat in a lot of AAA companies, honestly. And the problem is that not that they don't need all the work, but because you have diminishing returns on every single person you add to your team. 2 people is not 200% more work. 5 people is not 500% more work being done. It's diminishing returns, especially if you have poor management and production. On top of that, AAA companies hire a lot of juniors. This is good, you know, juniors need experience, but juniors are very inefficient and they don't really get a lot of work done, and they require a lot of overhead and teaching, right? You need to review their code or review their work and to help teach them, and this takes away time from your leads or a senior, in which case then you might need another senior, so it all kinds of bloats up, and that's why you get games costing $200-300 mil to make, inevitably rarely ever getting that money back. Rarely. Even some of the biggest indie games struggle to make that much money, and AAA games are no different, even at a higher price point. let's see here. On PLN. I've got the whole thing here. Let's switch this over to euros. Actually, that's not even that accurate. It is actually closer to like 0.23. Like, companies should switch to quantity over quality. Instead of spending 30 million in one game, they should make 10 games for 30 million each. Well, they'll never learn because, unfortunately, there's a very real issue that players expect AAA graphics from a AAA studio. I'm sorry, but that's just the reality of it. I mean, graphical fidelity? Well, look, I'd like to see it because we'll not only get more games, we'll get games at a cheaper price point, and we'll get riskier games that actually try to push the envelope in some way. It's a win-win for everybody. Really, it's the exact price point where it's hard as hell to get a good product out the door without a team where everyone is a senior. Depends on the scope. But yeah, 30 million. I agree. 30 million is like a really high quality AA product. Very high quality. I mean 6, 7, 8, 9, I need to grab 10, 11, 12, 13. What's the conversion of the net? Hold on. $50K for a solo developer, you could actually make a game. You can do a lot on $50K if you outsource, but you know, you're not going to be paying yourself very much at all, if anything. I hate that these aren't rounded. Kind of pissing me off. They're not gonna round up, are they? They round nearest. Okay. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh no, my budget is $1 off. Oof. When do you budget they'll go bankrupt? Hopefully no time soon, but you know. What can you do? I don't really care about the coloring being fucked up, but well, it's an easy fix. Or not. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Hey, room says, how's it going after Easter in Poland? Going well. Weather's good. Alright, this can all be deleted. Starting month. Let's just put in... I'm just going to switch this over to June 2025. Just to give them an idea of like when things will happen, right? You feel fat? Delete all this shit. Let's see here. For people who might be wondering, by the way, I live in Poland, so we're hiring primarily Polish developers. So if you see prices that look ridiculously low, they're actually pretty high for Poland. So think of that what you will. Hey, Bruce. What's up? Narrative designer, character artist. I kind of want to group it all together. Narrative designer. I'm gonna include, you know, I'll just duplicate. Combat designer. I just want the name to be right. Be the same as a. Yeah, no, that's fine. We cool. I mean, wages to cost of living is more balanced in the US. Eh. money always goes somewhere else other than your pocket, right? A lot of the taxes in Poland are hidden, so you think that you're taking home a good amount, but you are actually getting shafted a bit by taxes. Where you get those earnings, I pulled them from my ass based on experience working here in Poland in game dev and rough salary earnings of people in game dev here in Poland. I'm pulling from this list, trying to get it all sorted out. Systems, narrative, combat level. I'm missing somebody? Systems, narrative, combat level. I want senior systems, lead narrative, senior combat, senior level designers, senior UI designer. Character artist. Do I have a character artist on here? I do. Geez, sounds like a retirement home. It's gonna be a lot of people with experience, that's for sure. That's the hope. We just get people who like know what they're doing. Start with a producer that can do general manager. We'll have to hire a general manager separately at some point. I don't think we'll have a HR department because they don't really do much anyway. Where is... There we go. Oopsies. 3D artist. You have a DEI department. Animator. Lead programmer, architect. I'm gonna start with this. We have UI writers. Kind of want to put those nearby to the narrative designer. Well, whatever. Who cares? Where's writer? I don't have writer. What is chat even talking about? Dude, I wish I knew. Game director, system designer, narrative. Combat character lead, 3D, VFX, animator, combat level, program, UI, writer, producer, tech artist, audio designer. There are some things missing here. Don't worry. They're probably going to be outsourced. Because I don't have enough work for them full time. Character senior, lead artist, lead 3D artist, senior, animation, senior, lead programmer, generalist programmer at senior level, please. Writers, experienced, tech artist, sound designer, producer, general manager. Kind of weird to define a general office manager or accountant as senior and regular, but it's mainly just to do the calculations. Personal back scratcher. Alright, instead of doing like FP, VS, alpha, beta, buffer, I'm going to break these up based on our known milestones. PP 1. Who likes PP? Oh, maybe we shouldn't raise our hands to that. You do. Okay, good. Good to know. PP is small. Yeah, PP1 is small one. PP gets bigger as we go, because then we have PP2. Or it's two different PPs. Then they can dock. Lead artist, combat designer, producer. Moving on to that. We have PP2. PP2 is 2 months. Sharks have 2? Just 2 PPs? Oh, damn. That, by the way, this one appears me, so I'm just gonna, like, we already know where I'm gonna be. Same with the lead artist. Look at that, we're already up to 333,000 euros. Welcome to game development. We do a few too many months though on this, so. Okay, new to here, our level designer and programmer. Also, we need accountant from day 1. And that also extends because, you know, that's like people getting paid. That's a good thing. We like that. You like getting paid? Good. And programmer. Who's in charge of the engineering manager responsibilities in the structure? I'm thinking about hiring, performance reviews, conflict resolution, resource allocation. Is about an animal rights activist getting sued by a zoo or something because he touched the dog? Hold on, let me resolve one of these topics in chat at a time and not try to resolve diddling dolphins with game production. Producer in charge of engineering manager. It's hiring would definitely be part of it. Managing the organization, being a liaison between teams, liaison between the development team and outsourcing studios as well as publisher. They kind of have their hands in a bit of everything. But primarily like task structuring, organization, management of the team, management of the time frame of the schedule, keeping an eye out for like red flags, like, oop, we're not gonna be able to finish this feature by the time that we need it, so let's get the right people together, think what we can do. Can I get paid without doing the work? I wish, dude. Wish that's how it worked. Keeping track of people's PP so that we can see who grows. I'm hiring people. I want them to grow, right? I don't want them to be stagnant. And I think keeping track of their PP growth is a key part of our development. VS2 is 3 months, right? Yeah. Oop. At this point, we'll want to hire a real general office manager and move our producer over to just full-time actual production. I don't think we need a DevOps yet. I think that our lead programmer can handle the DevOps until that point, so DevOps probably will need to start coming around VS4 or VS5, arguably VS5. In my super technical, absolutely accurate, no way wrong opinion. I've never had a wrong opinion. Don't look up my initial thoughts on what Oblivion Remastered would be. Thank you. How much money have you lost from the Fab sale so far? I'm beyond broke. I looked, there seems to be some awesome shit in there, and I haven't been able to do that yet. System admin? Who needs to administer? No, DevOps would handle. Actually, DevOps would handle that. So maybe we should have a DevOps pretty soon. They'd be doing both sysadmin and DevOps on a need basis. We're up to 1 million. Let's keep going. I also wanted to get the stylized dynamics guy. Tell me how you like it, August. I don't know if you played with it yet, but tell me how you like it. Or if I could, pull some of its assets. I should add in-house QA, realistically. But we wouldn't need that until VS5 and onwards. Okay, VS2 is going to be 2 organic 3D artists. Animator. Programmer. UI designer. This is like we're almost full scale production at this point. And 1 writer. Don't need tech, art, sound, or QA just yet. VS3 we add VFX artist, another level designer. What's the functions I built in my day-night cycle system? It's got a lot of stuff you can edit. Only thing I don't like is the clouds, because it's quite obvious that it's projected on a sphere. Find turning off their clouds and using volumetric clouds works. So nice. Built-in rain. No snow, though. Okay. Okay. We'll take a look at it. I'm going to have Kotspur and I take a look when we get some time. But we are both really busy. And now we're at full scale production at this point, so by VS3. Realistically, this can kind of just continue onwards. After VS5, we jump into EA1, that is... I shouldn't do the half months. Well, realistically, EA1 actually should be a bit longer because we're finalizing pipelines. That should be a month. But I think that... I'm going to boost these up. Fuck it. Fuck it, push it to 34. Which, oddly enough, is exactly what we had last year. But now that we have a milestone plan, I'm going to call that perfectly estimated and not a coincidence. Okay, let's see how bad the costs are. Just from salaries, not accounting for outsourcing or any other expenses. 2.7 euros, million euros. Fair enough. Gotta work on some of these. $2.7 just from salaries. And then I'm gonna do this check up to here for calculating costs for making the finishing up pre-production. $355 for finishing up pre-production. That's fair. What period of time? 34 development months. Which, yeah, that's about as expected. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. I think that's a pretty good estimation. And you know what? The estimation from last year wasn't bad either, but now that we have a much better, clear view of what the milestones will look like, which is, I think, what was mainly missing from last year. Yeah, it was pretty good. Jump change for... it's pretty low. It's pretty low. But I do have to... I have to throw in some costs for anything else that we're outsourcing, which I don't know what we're outsourcing. I'd like to try to get it down to 4 million, because 4 million is going to be a lot better to... Oops. To ask for than 5 million, as any person with 2 IQ would know. Now, we don't need writing outsourced anymore because we have writers. Sound and music outsourcing. That is going to be a little expensive. It's a little expensive mainly because we have to buy the rights to the songs too. Unless we hire a composer to make everything for us. I think that... By the way, this was originally in Polish zloty, so I have to divide it by like 4 or 5. Can you explain this math to me? People cost money, and you have to keep people hired for years, and so that's kind of what it leads to. And like, this is like netto salaries. Then we have to adjust it by a certain amount to account for taxes that'll have to be paid. Because this is what I want people to take home in Polish zloty. And they'll have to afford their own healthcare too, so you know, it's not that expensive, but that's why I'm paying a little bit higher. And then we do the euro conversion. When one employee finished their work, do they get fired or kept on for the next project? Well, we'll have to start pre-production of the next project somewhere around here. But I think that we have a pretty good idea of what the next game should be, and I don't anticipate that being a problem. But here, you know, here's the plan, for instance, because I feel, as we've talked before, the combat design in our prototype sucks. It does. The level design in our prototype sucks. They are both kind of byproducts of not knowing that we wanted things to be different at the time that we implemented them. If a publisher says that they like the general idea, but that these two things are also something that they don't like, we try to convince them to give us like $355,000, $400,000 or euros. We finish up our pre-production, and we give them the blueprints for what the game should look like with an actual combat design document and an actual level design document. Then we go from there and we say, okay, now can we start working towards the vertical? We'll see what happens, though. It's just... You know, I want to have answers to everything they might ask. Best I can do. Concept art outsourcing, I think, will also cost us around that much. 2D art. I'm just gonna put estimates. VFX in-house. Non-personnel PC workstations. €80,000. Server shit. Servers for cloud stuff. Servers for cloud stuff. If we use diversion, what is the pricing on diversion for enterprise? $25 per user a month, up to 50 users, unlimited repositories, API access. We don't need any of this shit. Let's assume that we need 30 licenses. With 30,000. Need someone to manage your infra. I'm gonna have the DevOps do that. We're gonna get somebody who can do both. We need people to wear multiple hats. DevOps is gonna do builds and managing infrastructure, helping people with PC issues. That's what I'm hoping, at least. We're gonna see software licenses. Software licenses. I don't know what some of this stuff costs. We should allocate a fair bit of money. Houdini, Adobe products, Pornhub premium accounts. Throw 25. Make the world worse as in bring your own storage. Well, look, it's either that or you suck it up and you suck the dick of Perforce, which I don't want to do. I hate including other expenses, but realistically, I shouldn't include that. Looks shady. Looks weird. If we can get the money from a publisher, then we can take a business loan. Simple as that. Non-personnel additional expenses. This is kind of just overhead. It kind of gives me the same feeling though. I probably shouldn't include this row, even if it's accurate. It's kind of just like things we didn't know that we would need to spend money on. Like a website. Other things that I don't know about because I'm dumb. Should probably have a list of things that covers. Other hardware, I don't think we all have other hardware. IT support? I don't think we need IT support here. Legal support. Putting like legal on retainer for or handling contracts. $50,000 to be safe. What the hell does efigs mean again? Oh, 5 widely used languages. Notably video games: English, French, Italian, German, Spanish. We're gonna have a lot of words in our game. You're a lawyer to sue Nintendo. Tempting. Additional localization, publisher side, low QA, additional QA publisher, marketing, porting. Yeah, it's about expected. Doesn't peel on? No, this isn't euros. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I switch it over. That's less than I thought it would be. It's a little bit more than last year, but it's less than I thought it would be. Which kind of worries me. Let me wee-wee. Let me wee-wee and then I'm gonna think about this. Why is the accountant so well paid? Because you don't want them making accounting errors. Totally doable on 10 million. Zwoti? Yeah, I think so too. We had crypto and NFTs the game without him knowing. Shut up. Leave. I'm gonna have a couple of producers take a look at this before I finalize it, of course. So this is just kind of like a start. 3.5 million euros total. I'm gonna play it smart. And I'm adding 150,000 euros worth of 3D outsourcing. Is that per year? No, it says over the total. A lead artist will be able to, after pre-production, we can probably readjust the budget. So, not a big deal. Partially fungible tokens. You own half of the image, sir. Which half would you like to own? Or in case you find out you don't need the outsource overhead, can you return the funds without interest rates? I don't know what we would do at that point. I think there are a lot of smart ways we could use the money. And I don't think the publishers are going to have interest rates. They would just ask for recoupment on like certain fees. It depends. Publishing deals can look so different. They might ask for recoupment on publishing costs first before we see any of the money, and then they might take like, I don't know, like 25% of it, right? In which case that way they get paid back, and then they make that additional money off of sales. So if we didn't sell, you know, however much we ask them for, if we, let's say we ask them for 2 million of this 2.7, they need to make that money back first, and then we don't see a dime until that's done. It just depends what we plan to do with it. $34 development months. With a rough budget of 3.5 million euros. The numbers sound right. I just hope it is right. And publisher would handle some additional localization, some additional QA, marketing, and porting. I mean, assuming a 40 PPU, right? Let's just do some math down here. Assuming a PPU of 40 and a desired lifetime sales of 1.5 million copies. You know, that's gross. Times 65% after initial fees from software and Steam. Let's assume that Publisher's gonna take half of that. Most of this can be written off. Well, some of this can be written off with dev expenses. Well, let's assume that we take home 60% of that. We're still sitting with, if let's be, you know, super conservative, 10 million on the studio side. If we can reach those sales numbers at that PPU, which is not saying that we can, that's still pretty optimistic, and that's after 1.5 to 2 years of being on the market. So if we can reach the sales targets with it that are on point, where after 1.5 to 2 years we'd be reaching that 1.5 million sales, then we could remain alive without the need for publisher assistance, in which case we could continue to work on the games and either self-publish, or we could ask for really good publishing deals and just piggyback on top of a publisher for marketing and for porting. I am definitely open to seeking long-term publisher support if the publisher is good to us and we can be good to them, and then just keep this in, you know, in the bank for making bigger and better games, or anything. I mean, anything really. Better to have money in the bank than not, right? And a rainy day fund of a few millions could certainly keep us alive for a couple years. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. It looks good to me. I guess we'll just wait and see, though. I have to run this by Kotspur, especially for like programming stuff. I have to run it by a couple of producers. And I have an artist that I could speak to help me break down whether or not I'm off my rocker or if the numbers seem to add up. If I can reach out to them before Digital Dragons and before I start doing pitching, which is not a guarantee, because we are running out of time. Okay, milestone plan that is on our desktop. Virtui, thank you for the follow. Thanks for helping us reach 820 followers. Guys, thank you for the follows. All the numbers, I know it sounds kind of weird. Usually people stream for like numbers because they like number go up, it makes them money. For me, the numbers help us when pitching because they make us look like we have a better following. So if you actually like what we're doing, please give us, you know, a follow, and we really appreciate it. And also that we have a trailer for our game up on YouTube. It's a prototype trailer. If you can give that a view too, that also helps, because that can kind of shows that people are following us and interested in the game and how it's doing. But either way, I appreciate all the support. Don't need money. Followers and trailers, trailer views or trailer likes are actually more important to me. We'll get some bozos in suits to give us money. That's how I can get paid. You guys can save your money. Save up for a... I have this on here. Save up to buy a copy of the game, right? Hard to like the trailer? I appreciate that. Okay, estimated total dev months, 40. Estimated team size, about 25 full-time, right? Hold on, let me pull it back up. We can start to like loop back around and fill in the gaps of other documents we didn't have ready yet. 23. Be safe. Reviews on Claire Obscure. Is it out yet, or is it just like some initial reviews? Can't be on Steam, right? It's gotta be on like Metacritic or something. Or is it actually on Steam and fully released? I thought it was releasing tomorrow. Oh, Dinkum came out. Very nice for them. Oh yeah, it's not out yet. Damn. Hey, I thought the game was gonna be good, but damn. A $45 game. Honestly, hey, this might be a GOTY contender. Huge props to them. Wait, did pause the response? But this, yeah, I thought it was like okay, like 80%. You know, it was gonna be good, worth playing, but might have some issues. But 92 off of 52. It's not even like there's, you know, a low number of reviews. Deserved, because honestly, everything I've seen of this game really just looks like it was made by people who are very passionate and knew what they were doing. Strong vision. Well, well, well. How the turntables. And you know what? Doesn't have DRM. Yeah, they deserve it. For $45. Okay, that looks good. That was just a working copy. Budget looks good for now. I need to run that by the right people. And close that. I'm gonna upload that to my Discord real quick so I can have people see it. That and also the one sheet in the new GDD. Doing high fidelity photorealism the right way. Yeah, I think that honestly, if I have to be real honest about the game, I think that some of the facial animations and lip syncs might be a little bit AA quality, but that is because they are actually a AA studio. So that matters very little to me because I think that they've done a pretty damn good job with what they have. I just hope that the gameplay and the story are really strong, especially the combat. And I think that it will be. I don't think I'm going to walk away from that game playing it and have bad feelings. Let's put it that way. It's my one sheet. Where did I put the one sheet? Hey, Cusper. Where's the one sheet? You have style that aimed at something and delivered visually speaking. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know. I was worried just that it wouldn't be good, but it was because I wanted it to be good. But good for them. The industry needs more AA, exceptional, slightly risky titles. And if this sells well, and it needs to sell well, it needs to. For the industry, for the team, it needs to sell well. Because it will just be another nail in the coffin to AAA and their shitty tactics. And their poor way, their outdated way of thinking. Oh, this is old budget. Where's my one sheet? Desktop. Work. Yeah, I updated it here. Okay. Okay, I am going to be uploading those 5 documents. You played Oblivion? Pretty impressive, isn't it? What they've done with it. It feels right. They really did it. I wait for Morrowind. Love the impact Marvelous Designer is having on AA character art. Like a fantastic piece of kit for the price point. What would be the alternative to corporatism when having to run a company with 100 plus employees? Winning the lottery. And by that, I mean that I don't think it's possible. Okay, we have a tentative first version of the budget and the milestone plan, which Cuthbert, you will have to take a bit of a look at. And the one sheet should be good to go, the one pager. The GDD needs a little bit of love and updating, especially in like the lore category, which is easy to do. I just need to do that when I have free time. And the pitch deck needs touch up, so we'll do that tomorrow. Let me take a look at our calendar here, because this Friday I will have off to work on the website. It says finalize all documents, so technically that is right. After the website, I don't know what I still need to do. Monday, I will be off because I actually have a call with a publisher. That's good. It's not a day off as much as it is. We're starting to see if people want to give us money for the game. So it is a good thing. Oop. I don't know what Tuesday and Wednesday is going to look like. Maybe we can do a balancing pass on Cauldron Chronicles and do a new build, because I think that the game kind of needs it. I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's just not super important, but we need to do a rough balance over pass on the like combat and loot in general. Casper and I were talking about it a bit yesterday. Played the hell of Morrowind in college, not sure how it feels to see it remastered. They are making Skyblue or Skywind. Could be good. Assuming that we can finish up with the rough balancing pass on Friday or on Wednesday the 30th. So a week from now. I don't know what these days will look like. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is not a bad thing. Better than being late. I could just play Oblivion Remaster. I don't know, I kind of want to take a break because I need it. Just for like, you know, to reset myself mentally. I've had to work like every weekend for the past few weeks. But at the same time, it might be considered a little bit stupid to not do anything on Cauldron Chronicles a week before we start doing some major pitching. I don't know. Guilty. I'm stuck between guilt and a need for an actual just not thinking about game dev for a week kind of week. We'll worry about it. We'll worry about it when we get to May. Go camping, poach a deer. I do need a break. I'm gonna take like a bit of a shorter vacation or something after Digital Dragons. We'll see what happens, because I don't know how much pitching we'll do here. I have to take a look at what publishers are actually going to be there. I didn't see too many yet that would be good fits for us to pitch to. And if initial feedback from like not only next Monday, but whatever we pitch to here comes back really negative, you know, we're going to have to adapt to that. If it's like, hey, we really want to see what an actual biome is going to look like properly, okay, we can do it. It's not going to be easy, it's not going to be quick, but we can do it. I don't know, if they want to see alchemy reworked to have better user experience, fine, we can rework alchemy. It's pretty modular, the rest of the game wouldn't really get affected negatively by it, so we can do it. But it's just going to depend on what happens. We'll see. Hey, I'm glad that we got the budget and the milestone plan done today. It's pretty rough. It's not super perfect, but there's not a whole lot that I can properly predict 2 to 3 years down the line, right? Especially without a producer and a lead artist on board. But we're looking good. I'm out of things to say today. I'm pretty pooped. That was exhausting, mentally exhausting. So I think I'll let you guys go. Have a nice rest of your Wednesday, and we'll see you tomorrow for Cauldron Chronicles. We will try to finish up all of the documents that we have and see if there's anything else that needs to be touched up before we call this our new foundation, our new starting point for how we want to approach the next year of development. And, you know, hopefully if we can get lucky, we get some funding and we can actually start to build a team. Which would be pretty cool. Pretty scary, but cool. Alright guys, take care, have a nice rest of your Wednesday, and I will see you tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles. Stay awesome, stay safe. Thank you for watching my prototype trailer if you watched it. And, yeah, take it easy. Play some Oblivion. Pretty good. And if you have the money and Claire Obscure 33, Expedition 33 looks good, please support the development team because it looks like they've hit it out of the park, and I can't wait to try that too. So see you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.